University Government Scholarship Fund. Proceeding with our other matters, announcements, adjournment, followed by closing ceremonies. Are there any motions to adopt the order of business? Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Apologies. Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the order of business for today's session.
A motion has been made to adopt the order of business and it has been properly seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to include the committee report of the Committee on Appropriations in the other matters, Mr. Chair. I so move.
A motion has been made to include the committee report of the Committee on Appropriations. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Inopia.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend the date.
Representative Inopia, that is not germane to our current standing motion. The current motion is to adopt or insert the Committee on Appropriations. You may make that motion after. Thank you, Representative. Again, are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections regarding the pending motion? Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the recognition. I am still in the process of formulating another motion of mine. Would it be okay if the chair allows a 3-minute to formulate the motion, Mr. Chair?
Is that related to the current pending motion that we have?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I withdraw.
Okay. With that being said, are there any objections with the current motion of inserting the Committee on Appropriations report to the order of business? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Again, with that, are there any discussions on the floor in regards to adopting the order of business for today's session? Representative Inopia, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition once again, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend the date and the order of business by striking out 3 in the date, July 3, 2026, and inserting July 5, 2026.
A motion has been made from which is to change the date that is stipulated in the order of business from July 3 to July 5. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Continuing with the main motion that we have, which is to adopt the order of business. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we insert in our agenda for the day under resolutions, a resolution implementing the Silliman University Student Government SUSG semestral appropriations for the first semester of academic year 2026 to 2027. I'll be sending the title of the resolution to the group chat. But for clarification, this is following one of the guidelines of the Committee on Resolutions, wherein if there are urgent or emergency resolutions, we may have them inserted into the order of business. And that's why we are making this motion, Mr. Chair. I so move.
So a motion has been made. Is it possible that the representatives forward the title of the resolution to the GC in order for us to clarify? So a motion has been made to insert to the main agenda or the agenda for today a resolution implementing the Silliman University Student Government SUSG semestral appropriations for the first semester of academic year 2026-2027. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor with the amendment to insert the resolution? Going once, going twice. The chair hears no objection. Motion is carried. With that, is it possible that a representative will raise to include to the communication letters the endorsement of our divinity school representatives to the order of business? Yes, Representative Gaitera.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I move to amend the order of business by inserting in the communication letters the endorsement of the divinity school representatives. I so move.
A motion has been made to include the endorsement of the divinity school representatives. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor in regards to the motion? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor with the motion? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Going back to the main agenda, which is the adoption of the order of business, are there any further discussions on the floor? From the minority floor, are there any discussions? From the majority, are there any discussions? Seeing that there are no further discussions, we will go back to the previous question, which is the adoption of the order of business as amended. Before that, yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to make an amendment on the title for the resolution under the agenda of the day to add student after university.
So a motion has been made to correct the resolution that was included in the agenda of the day, which is to add student after the word Silliman University, which is the current title. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor? The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Going back to the previous question, since there are no further discussions, I'm presuming from the majority and the minority, we will go back to the previous question, which is to adopt the second regular session order of business as amended. So those in favor of the main motion, please raise your hand. Again, those in favor of adopting the order of business as amended, please raise your hand. May the representatives raise their hands higher for the secretaries to see. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. And finally, those in abstention, please raise your hand. Okay. With 46 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 1 abstention, the motion to adopt the order of business as amended is carried. Proceeding with our order of business, we have the reading of communication letters. So first up, we have the excuse letters, which is only one from Representative Okang for the second regular session, and it is stipulated that she will be attending an important and rare family occasion. Are there any motions on the floor to adopt her excuse letter? Yes, Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the communication letter of Representative Okang.
A motion has been made to accept Representative Okang's excuse letter, and it has been properly seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Proceeding with our communication letters, we have the resignation letters. First, we have Representative Enopia's resignation letter from the majority floor. So it is stipulated in his letter that he will be resigning from the majority floor of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly effective immediately. So he believes that transitioning to be an independent representative will allow him to better realize his goals while continuing to serve his constituents with the same level of dedication and commitment. Seeing that this is a resignation letter and there cannot be motions made for this, the chair would like to ask if the majority floor leader acknowledges Representative Enopia's resignation letter.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. The majority floor acknowledges the resignation letter of Representative Inopia and wishes him luck moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that, Representative Ozoa. Proceeding with the next resignation letter, we have Representative Ko resigning from the majority floor of the SUSG Student Assembly effective immediately. So seeing that he wishes to continue his service as part of the independent bloc, and this decision is not a rejection of leadership, but a belief that meaningful leadership is best exercised where integrity, openness to input, and sincere collaboration can be practiced. Seeing that this is the same with the previous resignation letter, does the majority floor leader recognize Representative Ko's resignation?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. The majority floor leader recognizes the resignation letter of Representative Ko and wishes him nothing but the very best.
Thank you, Representative. Proceeding with the next resignation letter, we have Representative Lee resigning from the majority floor, seeing that he wishes to work alongside the minority floor moving forward. So for the information of the representatives, when you resign from a certain floor, if you wish to transfer floors, that will not be effective immediately. You will have to wait, as based on our house rules. There will be a one-session cooling period. So that would mean that if you were to resign from the majority floor and you wish to be part of the minority, for the next session, you will not be automatically accepted by the minority. You will still be seen by the assembly as an independent member. So basically, if you resign from the second regular session, for the third regular session, you will still be independent. And by the end of that session, you may now apply for the minority block. So that is for the information of the representatives for those who wish to do whatsoever with their floors. Proceeding with that, we have, apologies, does the floor leader recognize Representative Lee's resignation?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the floor leader recognizes the resignation of Representative Lee. We wish to make it known that the majority floor is still open to collaboration despite the change of floors. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Proceeding with Representative Peñalosa from the College of Computer Studies. So she has submitted a resignation from the majority floor, and it is stipulated that she wishes to be part of the minority floor. So with that, Representative Ozoa, do you acknowledge the resignation?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the majority floor recognizes the resignation letter of the certain representative, and we wish her nothing but the very best once again.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Representative Gantalao from the senior high school's resignation from the majority floor. So it is not stipulated on which floor she wishes to be part of moving forward. However, it is still the same, that she believes that leadership should always be guided with integrity and accountability. With that, does the floor leader from the majority floor acknowledge Representative Gantalao's resignation letter?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the majority floor leader recognizes the resignation letter of Representative Gantalao and wish her nothing but the very best. And once again, we would like to make it known that despite the change of floor, the majority floor is still open to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Following that, we have Representative Lumaya from the senior high school resigning from the majority floor. So it is stipulated that she wishes to continue to serve the assembly as an independent representative. With that, does the floor leader acknowledge her resignation letter?
Thank you so much for the recognition once again, Mr. Chair. The majority floor once again recognizes the resignation of Representative Lumaya and wish to express that we are thankful for her service in the majority floor, and it was a pleasure working with her, and we wish her nothing but the very best.
Thank you, Representative. Followed by that, we have Representative Trupa from the senior high school, apologies, resigning from the majority floor. So it is stipulated that he formally resigns from the majority floor and wishes to remain as part of the independent block of the SUSG Student Assembly. Does the floor leader of the majority acknowledge the resignation?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the majority floor recognizes the resignation of Representative Trupa, and we are inclined to agree that every member of the Assembly should try to develop their individuality of faith, character, and competence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Followed by that, we have Representative Tuale from the College of Nursing resigning from the majority floor. So this is her formal resignation, and it is not stipulated that which specific floor she wishes to transfer, but for the meantime, she will remain in the independent block. Does the floor leader of the majority recognize the resignation?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the majority floor recognizes the resignation of Representative Tuale, and we are inclined to agree that it would be better that both of them collaborate for the betterment of their college, and we wish them nothing but the very best.
Thank you, Representative Ozoa. Proceeding, we have the resignation of Representative Alo from the Institute of Clinical Laboratory Sciences, resigning from the majority floor. So it is stipulated here that this is his formal resignation and that he wishes to serve the student body under the independent block. Does the floor leader acknowledge the resignation?
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the majority floor and the floor leader recognizes the resignation of Representative Alo and wish to express that we are excited to work with him moving forward as an independent member of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ozoa. Followed by that, we have Representative Barilea from the Institute of Rehabilitative Sciences resigning from the majority floor. So it does stipulate that she wishes to move forward with her term in the Assembly in the independent block. So does the floor leader recognize or acknowledge the resignation letter?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the floor leader recognizes the resignation of Representative Barilea and wish her nothing but the very best.
Thank you, Representative. And finally, for the last resignation letter, we have Representative Singson from the Institute of Rehabilitative Sciences resigning, from the majority floor and wishes to transition to the independent block. Does the floor leader acknowledge the resignation letter?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Once again, the floor leader recognizes the resignation letter of Representative Singson and wish her nothing but the best for her and for her college. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ozoa. And for the information of the Student Assembly, just because you are transferring floors does not diminish your commitment to the Student Assembly. Please note that despite the representatives coming from the different floors, be it that the majority, minority, or independent, they may still collaborate with the different representatives when it comes to handling affairs in the Student Assembly, in the SUSG, and whether it comes to writing resolutions. So we acknowledge the resignations that have been submitted to the Student Assembly. And moving forward with our order of business, we have the endorsement of the College of Business Administration representative. So it is stipulated the Assembly received 2 endorsements, from both coming from endorsing the same representative, one from the Student Council of CBA and one from the Dean of CBA. So it is to formally endorse Ms. Maria Fiona A. Labuquas for the appointment as one of the College of Business Administration CBA representative to the Silliman University Student Government SUSG Student Assembly for the academic year 2026-2027. Now, are there any motions on the floor to install Representative Labuquas to the 36th SUSG Student Assembly? Yes, Representative Tim, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to install install Representative Labuquas as a member of the 36th Student Assembly.
So a motion has been made. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. The Assembly recognizes, officially installs Representative Labuquas as the 5th CBA representative of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly. Proceeding with the order of business, we have, yes, before that, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Question of privilege, Mr. Chair. Will the Assembly be furnished a copy of the Divinity School Representative's endorsement letter?
Yes, the Assembly will be furnished a copy of the endorsement, but it is an email thread, so I will be sending the Assembly a copy of the email thread that was submitted last night. Okay, before that, I will be forwarding it right now so that we may proceed with the communication letters and the endorsement of the Divinity School representatives. The chair has furnished a copy of the endorsement from the Divinity School. So moving on with our order of business, which is the endorsement of the Divinity School representatives. This email was sent by the Secretary of the Divinity School Student Assembly, Silliman University Divinity School. So it was forwarded to the Assembly that the Divinity School Student Assembly had its elections last July 1st, 2026, and this email is to inform that the elected Divinity School SUSG representatives are the following. Apologies. We have Enrico Sebastian P. Agana and Alizon Jasper Halazgo. So are there any motions on the floor to formally install the representatives as part of the 36th SUSG's Student Assembly? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I wish to formally install our brothers and our fellow representatives from the Divinity School.
So a motion has been made to formally install the Divinity School representatives. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. The installment of our Divinity School representatives, Representative Agana and Representative Halazgo, be formally installed as part of the 36th SSG Student Assembly. With that, for the new representatives, may I request that you approach the secretaries for your information to be added in the directory of the SSG, of the 36th Student Assembly. Thank you, representatives. Following the order of business rather, we have the request for participation of the Student Assembly for the request and participation of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly in a MPA research study. So this letter was forwarded by Attorney Earl Guen Quinones Padayao, JD, and it was stipulated here that he is a graduate of Silliman University College of Law, Juris Doctor 2023, and is currently enrolled in the Master of Public Administration program of the University of the Philippines, Silliman. So this is one of his requirements for a research study, and he wishes to collaborate with the SUSG Student Assembly with his research study. So it is stipulated here that he requests the Student Assembly to take part in an online focus group discussion where 10 representatives shall share their experiences with the enrollment process. So it is already stipulated the questions that will outline the discussion, and this will be tackled later in the other matters. However, I would also like to inform you that Attorney Earl reached out and actually clarified that it is okay that the Assembly would only give out 5 representatives to attend the online discussion rather than 10 to expedite the discussions as well. So with that, we will discuss that during the other matters portion, and then we will proceed with our order of business. So, following the order of business after reading of communication letters, we have the privilege time that was requested by Representative Joshua Miguel Amante from GRAD School. So the chair summons the representative to share his sentiments.
Good morning to the Honorable Assembly and to everyone watching. Mr. Chair, I rise to make this privileged speech to share my sentiments on ongoing matters which are affecting the university in regards to security and safety measures of Silliman University. So, first and foremost, it has been circulating in the news on current happenings that have been going on around the school in regarding to acts of violence and assault. And for me, as a student, even though I'm in my graduate studies right now, it is still highly concerning to me that this is affecting our schools and affecting our students. Students are getting hurt, and students are possibly getting, for the lack of a better word, killed or murdered here in this case. And personally, I am grateful that our university is taking measures to prevent this, such as the usage of metal detectors, batons, and with bag checks. However, it has been brought up by certain alumni of the university that these are reactive measures rather than proactive measures. It is my opinion that I am in agreement because these measures should be going on year-round. These measures should be constantly going throughout the year because we are trying to uphold the safety of our students in this university, and only having these measures only during times of media coverage of violence in schools, and then only having these security measures dropped after a while is concerning because these definitely feel like reactive measures. So it is my personal opinion that this university should be taking measures that are more proactive year-round and not just reactive, because as a university, parents are sending their children and their people under their guardianship care to study, and away from the parents those parents and those families, of course, when they are with them, the families are in charge of their care. But in the school setting, in the university setting, it is the school who has the responsibility of ensuring the safety and protection of their children. So I am personally hoping that the university's response to these will be year-round. And in regards to safety measures, I would like to first bring up a matter that I experienced last year in my time as a student of graduate studies. One day, me and my classmates in Master Public Administration were in the third floor of the library. We were preparing for our class later that day, which all of us would be reporting. And then Dumaguete City was hit with an earthquake. And because we were in the third floor, we felt the shaking a lot more than those in the lower floors. Us being government workers, and me at the time only being a former intern of the Department of Foreign Affairs in Manila, we know that the proper protocol when there's an earthquake is that the building should be evacuated. However, when we were heading to the exit, we noticed the students were not moving at all. Library staff were just sitting down. And then when we reached the first floor, the guards were asking us, why are we in a rush? The earthquake is over, it's fine. But then we had to inform them that proper protocol is that for the safety of the students should be evacuated. And then once we brought that to them, they realized that that's the correct procedure and proceeded to evacuate the students and the staff. I bring this up because recently, as a lot of us know, there was an incident at the Potato Corner over there at Oriental Hall, wherein, if I'm not mistaken, there was an electrical fire. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there were sparks, there was a bad smell, and a huge cloud of smoke erupted from the Potato Corner, hence why it is closed right now. And it was concerning to me because as I was observing, many of the students were just observing and moving closer just to see what's going on. And there was not many people going there to evacuate the students, to move them out and keep them at a safe distance. Of course, it is classic Filipino culture. When something interesting is going on, we want to observe. That is very much the normal culture in the Philippines. However, it is concerning that something could have happened and a lot of students were in close proximity, and there were a lot of delays in the safety and security measures to keep students away. Our student government officials were the ones who had to scream and yell at the students to move at a safe distance, and which is concerning because again, at the same time, they are also students themselves. They themselves should be backing away. So with this, I bring this up because I am hoping and pleading to this university that our safety and security measures are improved. Because again, this university has the responsibility of taking care of its students, and from what I'm seeing, it is mostly the students and or not mostly rather. In my experience, it were the students and the student leaders who were trying to keep the students safe by keeping them at a safe distance and upholding evacuation protocol. I'm not in any way saying this to offend our university administration. I understand that there's a lot of work to be done in regards to the transition to the new university president, and especially since it's the start of the school year and a lot of preparations are still being made and are underway. Mr. Chair, I am just bringing this up just so it's on the record and the student assembly can uphold the safety and security of our students. Personally, as a student of governance and an ongoing student of Master of Public Administration, this is a concern to me, and I'm hoping that this can be addressed as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Amante, for sharing your sentiments in regards with the recent issues that have been going around within the university, but not just within the university, but to other universities and schools as well. And I hope that the administration can find ways forward to address those issues, and rest assured that the SUSG and the Student Assembly will be working hard to ensure the safety of the students, and we will find ways to alleviate or address the concerns with whatever jurisdiction that we have. So thank you for that, Representative Amante. Before we proceed with our order of business, a motion was made to insert a resolution earlier. May the proponents of the resolution implementing the Silliman University Student Government Semestral Appropriations furnish the Assembly a copy of the resolution. Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Currently, we're still gathering the signatures of the proponents of the resolution. I will be forwarding the resolutions to the Assembly or to the COR, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Representative. Proceeding with our order of business, we have the approval of the minutes of the previous session for the first regular session that was conducted on June 21, 2026. So, are there any motions to adopt the minutes of the previous session? Again, are there any motions to adopt the minutes of the previous session? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I move that we adopt the previous minutes of the session. I so move.
A motion has been made to adopt the minutes of the previous session. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you once again for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I move that we make an amendment on page 35 of the minutes in line U, page 35. Page 35. Okay, can we please control F the word foremost? Okay, in line U, my statement is incomplete. So with this, luckily for me, I do remember what I said here. So I would like to make a motion to amend by replacing the entire statement with the following statement. I'll be sending it to the group chat right now. Representative Amante, GRAD, answered that first and foremost, since they will be making the reports, these are going to serve as recommendations to the Student Assembly and the Cabinet based on the current situation of finances in the SUSG. I so move that this amendment be made, Mr. Speaker.
So a motion has been made to replace the entire line item of page 35, line U, by replacing it with the following. Representative Amante, grad school, answered that first and foremost, since they will be making the reports, these are going to serve as recommendations to the Student Assembly and the Cabinet based on the current situation of finances in the SUSG. Now, are there any seconds to that motion? Properly moved and seconded, are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, the chair hears none, motion is carried. Are there any further discussions to the minutes of the previous session? The chair will give the floors 2 minutes to review the minutes. Please check your names within the minutes and see if that your statements are correct lang. And if ever, please do raise them during the discussion. Going back, are there any further discussions on the floor in regards to the minutes of the previous session? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I wish to make an amendment on page 24, page 24G, on my statement. As my final line in the statement was in Filipino, I would like to make an amendment to, instead of and, it would be at. At. As in the Filipino of and. Page 24G. Because it is stipulated in the final line, this is also a call to create more exposure for fellows in the arts and express the phrase, artista ng bayan, pondohan, and suportahan. It should be at.
Okay, a motion has been made to correct or to replace page 24 line G that says and originally and replace it with at AT. So are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Again, are there any further discussions on the floor? From the minority, are there any discussions? From the majority? Seeing that there are no discussions on the floor from both floors, the chair will go back to the previous question, considering that there are no representatives raising their hands to proceed with the discussions. I'm seeing none. Apologies, the chair sees none. We will go back to the previous question, which is to accept the previous or to adopt the previous minutes of the previous session. The minutes of the previous session, rather. So, all those in favor of the adoption of the minutes of the previous session, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor of the adoption. And finally, those in abstention. So with 45 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstention, the motion to adopt the minutes of the previous session is carried. Proceeding with our order of business, we have the reports, specifically from the committee reports, with the Committee on Resolutions first in the order of business. So the chair would summon a representative from the Committee on Resolutions to present their report.
Once again, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. As the chairperson of the Committee on Resolutions, we are happy to give to you our first report for the second regular session. So the report reads as follows. Dear 36th SUSG Student Assembly, we, the Committee on Resolutions, would like to inform the Assembly on updates regarding the approved resolutions of the previous session and other related concerns. Previous resolutions approved and progress status. Resolution number 1, a resolution authorizing the Executive Committee chairpersons and vice chairpersons to promulgate and adopt the charters of their respective committees and for the publishing thereof. Resolution number 2, a resolution repealing Resolution number 12, series of 2024-2025, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing programs for National Arts Month that shall be hereon known as MOGNA through the Silliman University Student Government Social Cultural Committee. On July 1, 2026, the committee transmitted the resolution to the Executive Committee. On July 2, the resolutions were received by the Executive Committee's Resolutions Committee. As the Student Assembly is in the line of service, transparency, and accountability, we would like to make it known that the committee would like to mention on record that forwarding the following resolutions to the Resolutions Committee first was a mistake and was quickly acknowledged by both committees. In short, we made a mistake in the forwarding and it was quickly addressed by both committees. On July 3, 2026, the resolutions were received by the President but have yet to be signed by her. In coordination with the Resolutions Committee, they have said that they will keep us posted. However, in relation to the Resolution Number 1, the Executive Committees already began publicizing their individual charters. Additionally, on June 28, the chairpersons of the Committee on Resolutions had a short meeting with the Resolutions Committee chairperson and vice chairpersons of the executive branch. There, they discussed the revisions in the guidelines on the submission and approval of resolutions. As also stipulated in the amended guidelines, the COR chair also informed the Resocom of their new role in giving a detailed update on the implementation of the resolutions that were and are to be passed by this assembly. In the name of service, transparency, and accountability, yours truly, the Committee on Resolutions. That is all for the COR po.
Thank you, Committee on Resolutions, for that report. Now, before we proceed, are there any discussions or sentiments that the Assembly wants to share in regards to the report submitted or reported by the Committee on Resolutions? From the minority, do you guys have any comments? Okay. Yes, Representative Gamo, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a point of clarification regarding the title of the report. Given that it is currently still our second regular session and the date also stipulates August 3 instead of July 3.
It is duly recognized and it is a mistake from the authors.
Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for pointing that out. The Chair requests the Committee on Resolutions to submit an amended version of the committee report for it to be aligned with the current proceedings. Yes, Representative Cantila.
The Committee on Resolution, I as a representative and the chairperson of the committee would also like to make an amendment to the title of Resolution Number 2 as it has been changed to, wait, let me pull it up. The amended title, or the actual title of the second resolution was a resolution repealing resolution number 12, series 2024-2025, but still upholding the National Arts Month celebration. I wish to make that amendment on behalf of the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Committee on Resolutions for the report. Are there any further discussions from the Assembly regarding the report of the Committee on Resolutions? Going once, going twice. Thank you, Committee on Resolutions, for your first committee report to the Assembly. Following the order of business, we have the Ad Hoc International Students Affairs Committee to present their first committee report. The chair would like to summon a representative to report their presentation.
Once again, good morning, Honorable Assembly. I'll be presenting the Ad Hoc International Students Affairs Committee, the first report of the committee. So, the subject matter is the matters that were raised by President Arya Shimabuko of the Higala International Students from Around the World, or HISO, in our previous session wherein she requested visitors' time and relayed some of the international students' concerns to the Student Assembly, and in response, the Student Assembly reaffirmed our commitment to working with the international students and formed an ad hoc committee to address their concerns. But although, Mr. Chair, it's not in the report. I was elected as the chairperson of the committee. So after the report, Mr. Chair, I would like that we would move that the Student Assembly recognizes me as the committee chair. Thank you. And so our first portion of the report is we were informed that the international students were called to an orientation with the Bureau of Immigration, with the new immigration officer, I believe, of Dumaguete City, wherein they would have an open forum and an orientation on the visa renewal process, and so that they may also relay their questions and concerns to the Bureau of Immigration. So from the committee, we had three representatives attend on behalf of the committee. That was Representatives Cantila, Lumaya, and Inopia. So we'd like, as the chairperson, I would like to relay my gratitude to them for taking their time to attend on behalf of the committee and the student assembly. So this meeting was held on June 24, 2026, and the international students were able to relay their questions and receive answers from the Bureau of Immigration and from the newly installed or newly created Internationalization Office. And then on June 26, we had our first official meeting wherein the HISA officers were invited to be part of the meeting. So we had our first meeting with them so we could discuss ways forward. So in attendance were a quorum of our committee and President Chimabuco and other officers of HISA and one of their members. So first and foremost, in that meeting, we had a short summary of what was discussed in the open forum with the Bureau of Immigration, but I'll be, in the interest of time, I will be summarizing it to its important parts. So first and foremost, it was discussed that it was not discussed. First, I would like to bring up is that the Bureau of Immigration of Dumaguete does not have the necessary equipment that would help expedite the visa renewal processing, such as the biometrics machine, as fingerprints and such are part of the visa renewal process, and they also lack sufficient workforce to help accommodate the large quantity of international students here in the city. So with that, the recommendation to the university and to the international students was that they should write a letter to the main office in Manila so that they can request a machine and their concerns for getting a machine would be heard much better. Then on the part of the university, it was hoped that the transition from the International Students Office to the Internationalization Office would end hopefully by this month. So we are hoping that the promised benefits and promised policy changes and improvements will take place by the end of this month for the benefit of our international students. And with that, you can read the rest of our report exactly what the discussion was, but the committee's initial and notable proposed solutions are as follows. First, this has already been implemented, this first solution. We set up a meeting with the Dr. Jovito Salonga Center for Law and Development. Oh, sorry, that was for a different matter. My apologies. We will be setting up, Dr. Jovito met a meeting with the Salonga Center for Law and Development for legal clarification over the legalities and procedures set by law and memorandums of the Bureau of Immigration, especially considering that their memorandums come with a lot of penalties for late renewals, even though our international students have been processing these things for months, but they end up, because of the delays from the university and from the Bureau of Immigration itself, they end up having to pay a large amount of late fees. So we are seeking legal clarification, and the meeting will be set soon. Some necessary documents have been forwarded to the Salonga Center for their perusal. Then the next one is that we will be proposing a resolution to request the university administration to institutionalize HISA as a university organization similar to other university organizations and entities such as Portal, Weekly, and other organizations, so that they may have immediate access to their funding, because it was brought up that their funding is they are collecting extra fees as international students from the BFO is collecting additional fees, but it takes time and it's harder for the money to be released to them, especially considering that they're an organization and they operate year-round with events and programs. So with this, granting them university organization status will be able to grant them more immediate access to their funding, and so that their sustainability, their concerns on sustainability as an organization will be addressed. Then last of our notable proposed solutions is establishing a representative from the Student Assembly to HISAW, similar to how we have University Council representatives to the Culture and Arts Council, the University Publication Council. So with this will help further establish our connection or build up rather our connection with international students moving forward, because as stated, it is our commitment that the SUSG and the Student Assembly have a better connection with the international students. So of course, the committee plans to have more meetings with HISAW and amongst ourselves to finalize current and future solutions and to ensure that once again our international students receive the education and service that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all from my report.
Thank you for that, Representative Amante, and thank you for the committee, ad hoc committee on international students affairs for working on the issues that the international students are currently facing. With that, does the Assembly have any sentiments or discussions that they want to share that were brought up because of the report presented today? From the minority? From the majority? Hearing none, thank you, Representative Amante, and thank you to the ad hoc committee for that. Before proceeding with our order of business, the chair would like to ask a member from the ad hoc International Students Affairs Committee to raise and state to the Assembly who their chairperson is for the chair to recognize their chairperson. Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. As a member of the ad hoc committee, we would like to recognize Representative Amante from the Graduate School as our committee chairperson.
Thank you for that, Representative Ozoa. So the chair officially recognizes Representative Amante as the chairperson of the ad hoc International Students Affairs Committee. Proceeding with the order of business, as amended, we have the Committee on Appropriations to present their report. Yes, Representative Ozoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe when I initiated the motion earlier, I believe I specifically mentioned that it be included in the other matters. Yes.
Secretaries, may we please confirm the motion? Okay, so apologies for that. Following the order of business, we have the University Council representatives report. From the University Publication Council, the chair summons Representative Ledama to present her report.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. As a UPC representative, I am pleased to present the committee's report. So since the furnished copy has already been distributed to all members, I will provide an overview of its points. But before we proceed, I'd like to correct a typographical error in the report. Dr. Katuray's surname was mistakenly spelled as Karturay in the first part, so the correct spelling is Katuray. I apologize for the oversight. Proceeding with the report, the University Publications Committee or Council oversees the university student publications. So part of its role is reviewing publication policies and of course looking over budget proposals, recommending publication advisors and making sure that the student publications have the support they need to operate effectively. So for the first meeting, the committee welcomed the new publication staff for this academic year and introduced the committee members. We also discussed and approved the recommended publication advisors. Another major matter on the agenda was the original budget proposal of the weekly Silliman. After reviewing it, the committee recommended a few revisions to some budget items before it could move forward. Proceeding to the second meeting, the committee reviewed the budget proposals of both the Portal Yearbook and the Weekly Sillimanian. After the discussion, the Portal Yearbook's budget proposal was approved since they've mostly based their proposal on the last year's budget. But as for the Weekly Sillimanian, the committee gave a partial approval with some parts of the budget needing further revisions and cuts before its final approval. So overall, the committee's discussion was really just focused on the publications and its planned budgets to support the operations of the student publication. So this concludes my committee report of the University Publications Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ledama, for that report. Now, are there any discussions in regards to the report that Representative Ledama made? From the minority? From the majority? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Ledama, for your first committee report. Proceeding with our order of business, we have our unfinished business. But before that, would any representatives like to make a motion for a recess? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move for a 5-minute recess.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Session is suspended for 5 minutes. and Animal Rights and Welfare Araw Council under the Silliman University Student Government, with the proponents being Representative Munoz, Representative Ozoa, Representative Amante, Representative Olarte, Representative Ledama, Representative Gador, Representative Mejos, and Representative Barikit. This is part of the unfinished business from the first regular session. The chair summons the proponents of this resolution. With the previous motion being a motion to adopt this resolution, and it has been already properly seconded, are there any discussions regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. So, following our previous session wherein this resolution was postponed, we had a meeting with the Salonga Center for Law and Development, because a lot of the uncertainties or a lot of the concerns against this resolution were about who is legally liable should any of the volunteers stated in the resolution, or any member of the council for that matter, be injured or hurt by any of the stray animals that in the care of FMAS and under the care of the proposed council. So after our discussion, we came to that conclusion following our meeting with the president of the Volunteer Association of Salonga Center. It was stated that while primarily the university will have total liability, or rather just liability, general liability rather, the council would still have some liability as the inclusion of a volunteer network or a volunteer network for the council was their actions would have been ordained or ordered by the council. So after that, we had decided to take out entirely the presence of volunteers in the council. So, and furthermore, to address that, the concerns over the true purpose and principles of the Araw Council, we also placed there further clarifications on what exactly the council is for and their operations, since admittedly the article on the roles and functions were unclear as to its purpose. As well, following our discussion, it was also stated that it would be more legally safe for us to not promote that the FMAS should be providing a shelter for these stray animals as such, because having such would require a lot of certifications from the government. So instead, we are shifting our focus from providing a proper shelter. We are gonna instead ensure that such animals will be taken care of until such a time they can be released, or they can be put up for adoption and further adopted by interested individuals. And so with this, taking into consideration and account of our house rules, wherein we are also taking supplementary adoption of the House Rules of the Philippine Senate, we would like to move that we would substitute our resolution for a resolution wherein we have addressed a lot of the concerns, basically substituting this resolution for an amended resolution. I so move, Mr. Chair.
A motion has been made to substitute the current existing resolution with the revised and amended version submitted by the proponents, and it has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. As a chairperson of the Committee on Resolutions, I would like to request a copy to be furnished to my committee. That's all.
Okay. The resolution as well has been furnished to the assembly, so you may review the resolution with its revisions and so. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Lumaya, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to hold a 5-minute recess.
Properly moved and seconded, but before that, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe that the current pending motion was on the motion to substitute the resolution, so I do not believe that the 5-minute recess is appropriate, considering we haven't discussed on it being approved pa, and then therefore ikuan tong resolution.
Correction for that, Representative Gaitera, based on the order of precedence, the motion for recess is higher than the motion to amend because simply what they are referring to is just to amend the entire resolution with the provisions that they have added. So Representative Lumaya's motion for recess is still valid.
I stand corrected, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gaitera. Since the motion for recess has been properly moved and seconded, are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair declares a 5-minute recess for the assembly to review the new amendments made. Session suspended for 5 minutes. minutes in order for the representatives to review the new amendments that the proponents have has furnished to the assembly. With that, going back to the main motion, which is to adopt these amendments that was sent by the proponents, are there any seconds to that motion? Properly moved and seconded, are there any discussions on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. So the resolution that was furnished to the assembly, that was the revised version of the Araw Reso, will be now used as the main resolution that we will be reviewing and we will be adopting. So if the Infotech could use that version. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, are there any discussions on the floor regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Mission, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a point of inquiry to the proponents regarding the involvement of two members sa League of Governors on unsay like logic or thought process behind that.
The question stands, proponents.
To answer the question, Mr. Chair, this is a council, so it's composed of people from different organizations from different parts of the SUSG. And just like the JAC, it also contains the Assembly, it also contains the League of Governors. With that, we are trying to find representation, and of course, when it comes to the internal operations and future initiatives of the council, this is beneficial to disseminating information also and to asking for manpower. With that, we have already consulted with the League of Governors, and it's not necessary that if those who are already flooded with a lot of things to deal with sa ilang council should join, but this is something that is internal for the League of Governors to discuss. But most of the responses we had were positive into being part of this council, so it should also be beneficial for the council to have that kind of knowledge and expertise from the League of Governors.
Is the question satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mission. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Again, are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Pukulan, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to, upon reviewing the resolution, I would like to make an amendment lang as a suggestion for an amendment sa Article 3, the council structure, Section 1, C, D, and E. For C and D, I would like, firstly for D, I would like to amend lang, adding one representative of the Student Assembly Majority Floor endorsed by the SUSG Student Assembly Speaker, as it was not mentioned na how they would be elected, and as well as D, now one representative of the Student Assembly Minority Floor, which will be still endorsed by the SUSG Student Assembly Speaker. Is it?
So are you making a motion to amend that?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend.
Okay, a motion has been made to amend Article 3, Section 1, core composition, specifically subsection C and D, which is to include after majority floor and minority floor of accordingly to add endorsed by the Speaker of the Student Assembly. Is that correct, Representative?
Yes, and I would still like to add another amendment from E, that the two members of the League of Governors should be endorsed by the SUSG Vice President.
Okay, for that, Representative Pakulan, the chair advises that that can be made as a separate amendment. For now, let us prioritize C and D. So with that, are there any seconds on the floor with the motion made? Properly moved and seconded, are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to raise amendment to the second degree. For letter C, specifically, rather than having it be the Speaker of the Student Assembly, it be Majority Floor Leader. And for D, minority, same thing. For instead of Speaker of the Student Assembly, it be Minority Floor Leader. I so move.
So an amendment to the second degree, which is an amendment to the amendment that was raised by Representative Pukulan, which is to replace the Speaker of the Student Assembly. So it is no longer to endorsement by the Speaker of the Student Assembly, but it is now the respective floor leaders. So are there any seconds on the floor to that motion? Properly moved and seconded, are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back to the current pending motion, which is an amendment to insert after the word majority floor, so it will be included to insert to be endorsed by the majority floor leader for subsection C, and then for subsection D, it will be the minority floor leader. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Okay, Representative Pukulan, would you like to make another amendment?
Yes, I would like to make another amendment for the letter E. So 2 members of the League of Governors will be endorsed by the SUSG Vice President.
Okay, a motion has been made to insert after the League of Governors to be endorsed by the SUSG Vice President. It has been properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice, are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Proceeding with the main motion of the adoption, are there any discussions on the floor? Thank you, Representative Pukulan. Yes, Representative Narciso, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to focus on Article 2, Roles and Functions, Section 1, specifically within the jurisdiction statement. Since we are dealing with 2 separate entities of authoritative entities here with the FMAS and the supposed council, may I ask a point of clarification to the proponents of whether whose jurisdiction will this fall? Basically, I'd just like to ask a clarification on whether or not is FMAS concerned with this jurisdiction or not.
The question stands. Proponents?
Apologies. Can the honorable representative repeat the last part of the...
Yes, Representative Narciso.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a point of clarification if whose specific jurisdiction are we, do we mean to point this statement to?
The question stands.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the jurisdiction that the proponents are implying here will be the FMAS's jurisdiction, Mr. Chair. And we are open to amending it to reflect as such.
Okay. With that, is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Yes, satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Considering that the proponents have made a suggestion of an amendment, would you be willing to raise that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend the statement within the jurisdiction and change it to within the FMAS's jurisdiction.
Okay. A motion has been made to include here in Article 2, Section 1 at the last sentence. After within, it will state that within the FMAS's jurisdiction. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice. Yes, Representative Mission, do you have any objections?
I would like to make a motion, a second degree amendment to that amendment, which is within the jurisdiction of FMAS rather than within the FMAS's jurisdiction. Or rather have the full title na lang of Facilities Management and yes.
So a motion to amend the amendment has been made. So currently, what Representative Michon added was that from the original amendment that Representative Narciso was to add within FMAS's jurisdiction, Representative Michon would like to amend it to have it as the jurisdiction of the Facilities Management and Administrative Services. So a motion has been made. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the second degree amendment? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back to the main amendment, which is to add that after the last line of the section 1 of Article 2, are there any discussions on the floor regarding that amendment? From the minority? From the majority? Hearing none, are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back with the main motion, which is to adopt the resolution, are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Gamo, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask for a point of inquiry regarding Article 3, Section 1, under core composition. Assuming that these council members will be endorsed, I have a concern regarding the longevity of the council functioning. So should the term of these respective positions end, how will you go about the turnover of the operations?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you for the question, Representative, and recognition, Mr. Chair. We are to add Section 6, which outlines how long their term will be, but it is to follow the same longevity of the SUSG, assumingly 1 school year.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. With that, are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Gamo, you are once recognized again.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. In relation to the point of inquiry earlier, I'd like to have a motion to amend the Article 3 to include a Section 6 regarding the timeline of the functionality of the council.
Okay, as a motion has been made, is it possible that either the proponents or the representative who raised that motion may furnish the Assembly a copy of the motion before we proceed?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Okay, so following similar procedure with the rest of the student government, it should be assumed that every SUSG official their term ends by the end of the school year. So it's similar to how in the JAC, even though we already have we will already have judicial nominees, our terms will still expire by the end of the school year in accordance with our terms. So the composition of this council is made up of already existing officers. So with that, it would already be implied or assumed as part of the guidelines that the terms of the council members will expire by the time their terms are also over, Mr. Speaker, if I may, because it would, although if it's the pleasure of the student assembly that we still pursue having this amendment added, that's still amenable with us because that's, of course, it's the pleasure of the body. But personally, if my opinion is that it's already assumed that our terms will end by the end of the school year and upon the election of a new officer.
Thank you for that sentiment, Representative Amante. Representative Gamo.
In that case, Mr. Chair, I would like to retract my amendment instead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Representative Gamo. Are there any further discussions regarding the adoption of the resolution? Yes, Representative Ko, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So I would like to ask the proponents on Section 5A. So it says here that the Council shall not engage in or authorize the physical capture, trapping, or containment of stray, wild, or distressed animals, except when cooperating with and under the direct supervision of authorized municipal animal control officers. So I would like to bank on the word except. So, while the resolution generally prohibits the council from physically capturing or restraining animals, it also creates an exception allowing members to do so when cooperating with and under the direct supervision. So given that the council members may still be physically involved in these operations, what safeguards are in place should a volunteer be, again, bitten, scratched, or otherwise injured during, of course, without cooperation?
The question stands, proponents.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for pointing that out. That is an oversight on our end, considering that we are avoiding the having students be the ones handling this. So with this, once again, thank you for pointing that out. And we move to amend by striking out from section, from what article? Article 2, section 5A, by striking out everything, striking out everything after the word animal and replacing it with a period.
Okay, a motion has been made to strike out from Article 2, Section 5A, anything after the word from the word animals and replacing it with a period. That would imply that except when cooperating with and under direct supervision of authorized municipal animal controls officers will be striked out from the provision. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative
Yes.
Ko.
For the proponents, for the avoidance of ambiguity, could the proponents clarify which office or entity, again, assumes legal and operational custody of the animals? And if it in fact is the FMAS, would the proponents be amendable to stating it in the resolution?
The question stands, proponent.
As we have amended earlier, we already added in Article 2, Section 1 under its purpose that it should be the facilities management and administrative services. So I believe there is no need to state it again since we have already established it at the start and outlining that the council is primarily an advisory, promotional, and advocacy body, Mr. Chair.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Satisfied.
Thank you, Representative Ko. Are there any further discussions on the resolution? Again, are there any further discussions regarding the resolution? From the minority floor? From the majority floor? I'm seeing that certain representatives are still formulating their sentiments and questions, so we will give time for that. However, please do expedite your discussions. Yes, Representative Ko, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition again, Mr. Chair. So, point of inquiry for the proponents. If the main purpose of the council is to promote animal well-being and safety, then why wouldn't it have its own committee instead? What is the importance of this being a council rather than a committee?
The question stands, proponents.
Mr. Chair, I would like to clarify what kind of committee. Should it be an executive committee or a subcommittee of the SUSG Advocacy Committee?
Executive committee.
The council basically is a smaller version of an executive committee. If this were to be an
Thank you for that inquiry, Representative. So to explain why we're going for a council rather than a committee, it's because a lot of these the things that we're going to be tackling will be addressed to the higher administration. Whereas if we make it an executive committee, it is for the most part gonna be things placed that where students are able to manage and tackle the matters at hand. So the purpose of making this a council is because we are taking both executive and legislative minds, so we can align with the SUSG's agenda, so we can bring it forth up to the administration. Because in our conversations with the Salonga Center, they do think making it a council is a proper move, because this is not something that the students, like the physical handling of the animals should not be the purview and the jurisdiction of the students. Hence why this is a promotional and advocacy-based council to let the bring it up to the administration so they may handle it. So hence why, because if we make it an executive committee, that entails that they would be the ones to physically handle and manage the care of stray animals on campus. Hence why we're making it a council once again, so so we can coordinate with the administration so they may take the proper action. Thank you.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Satisfied.
Thank you, Representative Ko. Are there any further discussions on the floor regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Michon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a motion to amend Article 2, Section 5, kaning letter C, where it states, in the exercise of its functions, the council shall not engage in initiative or situation identified by the council that requires physical rescue, restraint, or medical veterinary assistance, and then period, where then these cases must be immediately referred to licensed veterinary professionals or designated animal control authorities. Kay para clarity lang sa statement. Okay, it sounds like you're not letting them do that.
May I ask what you are inserting, Representative?
After the word assistance, period, and then these cases must be immediately referred to licensed veterinary professionals, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. A motion has been made to amend by inserting the word period after the word assistance and inserting the phrase, these cases must be immediately referred to. So, are there any seconds on the floor regarding the motion? Again, are properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Again, are there any discussions on the floor regarding the resolution? From the minority? From the majority? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to amend Article 2, Section 5C. Baliktad ito, Mr. Chair. Instead of from the point nga gibut nga og period, there is a medical/veterinary assistance. The remaining the sentences after that kay slash out since na may Section 6 which is essentially which essentially addresses the same thing. So it's so redundant na noon siya. Kana, yes, Mr. Chair. Kana siya
Okay, a motion has
out.
been made to strike out these cases must be immediately referred to licensed veterinary professionals or designated animal control authorities. So a motion has been made to strike out that phrase from Article 2, Section 5C. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. Regarding Article 2, Section 9, good faith performance, how do you exactly define good faith performance? Okay, I know it's within the scope of the guidelines, pero that's still a very broad definition to use.
In terms of that
The question stands.
thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. Now, for the good faith performance, it is under the assumption that it is in the nature of the council, and that also fits within its guidelines. Because yes, there are instances where the members of the council may partake in good faith morally by taking care of animals, but it is outside the jurisdiction of said guidelines, then it cannot be presumed that it is for the council. However, if the council member does something that is within the guidelines of the council and is in the nature of the work of the council, then it can be presumed that it is in good faith performance.
I see. For that question, it's satisfied. Pero I have another question, Mr. Chair. In the same article, in the same section, you mentioned that provided such acts are not in gross negligence or willful misconduct, how do you exactly define those two definitions in the scope of the guidelines itself? Like what counts as gross negligence, what counts as willful misconduct, considering that the guidelines does not exactly provide clear definitions or parameters for that?
The question stands.
It applies for the general rules.
Which is?
If I were to expound on this, well, it is already stated that outside the scope of these guidelines. And so a council member is aware of the guidelines, and so that gross negligence and willful misconduct is directly addressing that they are aware of the guidelines. So they are aware that they are doing it, but is outside of the jurisdiction of the guidelines.
Part of it has been satisfied considering that you define willful misconduct. However, gross negligence has not been clarified. What exactly constitutes gross negligence in the council's case? Since, if I remember correctly, this council is simply acting as like a consultative body, since it's no longer gonna be getting volunteers. So, what exactly counts as gross negligence if kung kani siya nga council, igo na lamang siyang administrative na? What counts as gross negligence, essentially?
Well, to refer to that, you can refer to Section 5, where it is the limitations and operations of these medical interventions. An example of that is where a council member actively cooperates with the engaging and authorizing of physical capture, basically all of those subsections, they are willfully aware, and still that is already an example of negligence because they are aware that the guidelines explicitly stated that they shall not undergo in such actions.
I see.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had one more. Would you then be amenable to add at the end of the sentence, basically the phrase that provided such acts are not in gross negligence and willful misconduct as stated in the previous sections. So that ma-reference siya sa previous nga sa
We are amenable to that.
Okay.
Is it possible that you send that
Yes,
if
Mr.
ever you are to make that motion to the GC?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll be sending that amendment, but first I move to amend Article 2, Section 9 by adding or by inserting at the end of the sentence after willful misconduct the phrase section katong kwan. I'll be sending the amendment essentially. I have sent my amendment in the GC, Mr. Chair. I so move.
So a motion has been made to insert in Article 2, Section 9, after willful misconduct, it will be added, and willful misconduct as stated in the previous sections. Is this going to be, for clarification as well, is this going to be a separate sentence or is it going to be an extension to that? So basically you're adding as stated in the previous. Okay, a motion has been made to insert in Article 2, Section 9, after willful misconduct, the phrase as stated in the previous sections. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections from the floor? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Seeing as there's, I don't know if kung maybe other representatives are still creating their own sentiments, but seeing as of now, there are no sentiments to be made, and I don't think I see any more flaws with this resolution. Therefore, I move the previous question, Mr. Chair.
A motion has been made to go back to the previous question. Are there any objections? Apologies. Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. We will be going back to the previous question, which is for the adoption of the resolution entitled A Resolution Establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Araw Council under the Silliman University Student Government. All those in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hand. Please raise your hands higher, representatives. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor of the resolution. And then finally, those in abstention, please raise your hand. With 48 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstention, the resolution, a resolution establishing the guidelines for the Silliman University Student Government Scholarship, a resolution establishing an Animal Rights and Welfare Council under the Silliman University Student Government is hereby adopted. Congratulations, proponents. You may now. Yes, Representative Munoz.
Oh, sorry. This has long been a frustration since I was a vice chair in the advocacy committee, and this has been something that motivated me to run as representative. I just wanted to thank everyone who is in favor and also those who contributed so much in this resolution, because you may or may not know it, but you just saved a life. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that, Representative Munoz. Before we proceed with the order of business, Representative Gaetera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Before we proceed to the next in line sa order of business, I move for a 5-minute recess for the representatives to adjust for the new resolutions.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections for a 5-minute recess? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Session is suspended for 5 minutes. which is a resolution re-establishing the guidelines for the Silliman University Student Government Scholarship Fund, with our proponents being Representative Amante, Representative Albon, Representative Mejos, and Representative Bainto. The chair summons the proponents of this resolution.
So, good afternoon once again, honorable representatives. So, this resolution, of course, as the title implies, aims to reestablish the guidelines for the SUSG Scholarship Fund. So, for context in this, back in the 33rd Student Assembly, former Speaker of the Student Assembly, Francis Aldaba, wanted to have the representatives properly informed of the legal basis and legal foundations of the respective appropriated funds, such as the President's Fund, the President and Vice President's Discretionary Fund, Student Assembly Fund, and Gender Sensitivity Fund or Inclusivity Fund. However, in our search for those legal foundations, we realized that the original resolution or document that established the SUSG Scholarship Fund had been lost to time because the SUSG resolutions database goes only as far back as 2013. And only just recently we found 2 resolutions from 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And according to Silliman University alumni, the scholarship was created either in the late 90s or the early 2000s. So the original document which established the scholarship fund has been lost to time. And ever since then, every year the SUSG Educational Services Committee's only foundation for its operating guidelines on how to manage the scholarship fund has been the guidelines of the previous administration. So it presents itself as an avenue for every administration of Educational Services Committee to make massive or minor changes without any care for the original legal foundation of the scholarship fund. And for context as well, us proponents have been members and part of the Educational Services family ranging from 2022 all the way till last year. So we all are very passionate about the Educational Services Committee, hence why we came together to reestablish this. So there is a more concrete foundation for the educational services moving forward. So the basis for the guidelines has been was primarily from the previous administration, wherein my co-proponents were the chairs and vice chairs. So those were the building blocks for this resolution.
In addition to the guidelines that the past administration made for this Educational Services Committee Students Government Scholarship Fund, we also would like to emphasize that certain guidelines were also reflected and adapted from the Student Scholarship and Aid Division, considering that the Educational Services is under Silliman University. So we also would like to adapt those certain amendments, not amendments rather, but guidelines rather.
With that, are there any motions on the floor to adopt this resolution? Yes, Representative Tolentino, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the resolution to the floor.
A motion has been made to adopt the resolution and it has been properly seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Ko, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So, point of inquiry to the proponents. So, does the guidelines stated here override the pre-established guidelines of the scholarship?
The question stands.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. As found in resolved further number 2, which is on the very last page of the resolution. Resolved further that the original resolution or document establishing the SUSG Scholarship Fund and resolution number 34 series of 2013-2014 be effectively repealed in favor of this resolution. So yes, this will repeal and remove or override rather, as you stated, override the previous resolution and resolution number 34 from the 23rd Student Assembly.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Yes, I would like to ask another question. So, from the Silliman University official website, according to their post, the EDSER and Execom of SUSG opens the SUSG Scholarship Program for the school year 2024-2025. So, in their guidelines, it states there that, the requirements are the annual income must not exceed both 500,000 combined for the both parents, while your resolution overrides this with, so my question's 200,000. So my question is, given that the current standing scholarship uses a 500,000 income tax return ceiling, why does this resolution reduce it to 200,000 despite the higher inflation costs and living costs today? Furthermore, how does this committee justify automatically excluding a family earning more than 200,000 annually with multiple dependencies, such as a household with a greater financial strain compared to ones with a smaller strain, such as a smaller family or just one child? Would it not be more equitable to assess financial need holistically rather than a rigid income cutoff?
Thank you
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you for that question, Representative. The 200,000 peso cutoff budget was actually made in reference to the country's poverty threshold, which is approximately 160,000 per year. And with that, with regards to your other concerns in relation to the applicant's living conditions and circumstances, we actually made this budget threshold to be such because as a committee, the Educational Services Committee reserves the right to actually deliberate on the applicant's living conditions and whether or not these would qualify or these would add up to their qualification into the program. So in Article 7, Working Timeline, Section 4, Deliberation, it actually states there that the evaluation team shall reserve the right to exercise its discretion, and it cites various factors, right? We specifically wanted to put 200,000 pesos because, again, the committee reserves the right to deliberate on such matters. And we would want to give more opportunity to students who belong to the lower income bracket. And of course, if they exceed such income bracket, the committee still reserves the right to screen them.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Satisfied, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask another one. So, does the proposed 200,000 ceiling adequately reflect an actual financial capacity? For example, would a household who has, per se, an income of like 500,000 annually but would support, like, let's say, 8 or 9 students be less financially deserving than a household earning 160 annual ITR with one student?
Thank you for that, Representative. We would want to cite an experience we had with last school year. So actually, one applicant had a guardian from overseas, and so their income tax return was quite big. However, in their family, they had a lot of siblings, and that guardian was supporting quite a number of kids. So there are a lot of factors to consider, and even if their income tax return does exceed this number, they can still be considered. So in a way, your second follow-up question is still in line with our first answer.
Thank you. So would the proponents be amendable to changing the section 1 of Article 3, F, into somewhat of like there's aning chance bitong like wait. Would the proponents be amendable to adding like a bigger scope? For example, again, because it says here not exceeding. So would katulad what you said, would they be not eligible But then again, you said nga it matters on the evaluation of the board. So it's quite kuan here nga more siya restraining ra kay because it's so straightforward.
The proponents are amenable to an increase for the income tax return maximum. However, if we are to increase, we would like to propose only 300,000 because that was the original document that was in the Educational Services Guideline.
So, Representative Ko, will you be making a formal motion? Okay, so Representative Ko will not be making that motion. Considering that what Representative Albon was a mere suggestion that the proponents are amenable, and considering that there are no formal motions made, are there any further discussions?
Would the proponents be amendable to stating it as 200,000 or as discretion sa board, like they can increase it depende sa kuan bitaw household nga kanang factors.
Are you making a motion or are you asking the proponents? Okay, the question stands, proponents.
Representative, would it be all right if you can state your question again?
Would the proponents be amendable to adding a phrase sa Article 3, Section 1F? Subject to kuan bitaw by discretion sa board.
May I ask what the proponents' thoughts are to Representative Ko's proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, us proponents we are amenable to giving for the consideration given the case that the good representative has provided, but we are, as of right now, we are also formulating our own amendment to cater to this because we believe it would be more beneficial with the amendment coming from us. However, we would like to reiterate that we are amenable to the suggestion of the good representative.
Okay, thank you, proponents. So does that mean, Representative Ko, you will not be making any formal motion? Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Given the sentiments shared just recently, I do not agree. I would like to express a sentiment regarding that fact. I do not agree with the notion with an N that the discretion in judging or in the so evaluation of the scholarship would be under the discretion of the board, because this opens to the reality of nepotism and bias. Although I believe
in our Educational Services Committee that they are well working and they are true to service in their heart. However, cannot deny the fact that we are human food. We are very prone to prone to influence, and that's why I would like to take the UST scholarship as an example. The UST scholarship has two criteria, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Two criteria in determining their scholars: their merits, and those who are from the low incomes. So, I would suggest to the proponents na lang to be more, because I believe in section F, it is not that very stringent of a provision. However, given the sentiments raised, I would suggest na lang to have to express the aforementioned provision in a more lenient language, also cater to the realities of our students here in Silliman. That is all.
Thank you for that sentiment, Representative Cantila. Going back to the motion right now, which is the adoption of these resolutions, are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Labuquas. Correct.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions for the proponents. First would be on the application process requirements in Article 3, Section 2. I noticed that there is Section 2, yes. I noticed there's no statement in Article 3, Section 1 that requires applicants to be of good moral character and that they must not be in any disciplinary probation. However, it is written as a requirement in Article 3, Section 2, where the letter of recommendation from the dean must state that they are of good character. And while it was briefly discussed in the succeeding article on scholars, this is mostly applicable, right, to successful applicants who have already gone through the process and have already signed the contract. And this oversight would mean that we are essentially asking applicants to submit documentation for a qualification that we have not stated or does not exist. So I wanted to ask if this is an intentional omission or...
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you for that question, Representative. Actually, in Section 2, all of the requirements outlined here are required by the committee to be submitted by the applicant before they are to be screened, right?
Yeah.
So we intentionally wanted the applicant to submit a letter of recommendation from the applicant's department or college stating the purpose and also indicating that the applicant is of good moral character and is not under disciplinary probation, because if we were to require them to obtain such certificate from the registrar's office, we recognize that that would entail that they pay 150 pesos for a printed sheet of paper. And so we wanted to give them this option because we recognize that 150 for some would be a big amount. And so we wanted to nail down that the letter of recommendation should truly indicate that they are of good moral character and are not under disciplinary probation, and thus this would still accomplish the objective po.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Just a further clarification. Thank you, Representative Meos. I wanted to point out that yes, we are asking them to submit a certification from the dean, but then going back to the applicant qualifications, it's not written in any qualification that they should not be on disciplinary probation. So again, essentially, we're asking them to provide documentation for a qualification that does not exist.
Thank you for that question, Representative. While it's not explicitly stated in the qualification that they should be of good standing, however, the proponents would like to mention that it's somehow part of subsection E, which means that they should demonstrate a reputable disposition to uphold the integrity of the student government and Silliman University. And we believe that with this subsection, it also includes how they function or how their character is within their college.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A follow-up to that, would the proponents be amenable to adding it for further clarity? as a subsection to section 1.
Thank you for that question, Representative. The proponents would like to ask which section.
Oh, sorry. So sorry. I'd like to clarify. Since it's also mentioned in Article 5, Section 7, that the scholars must be of good moral character and not on disciplinary probation, would the proponents be amenable to also adding it to Article 3, Section 1 also of under qualifications? Just so it's consistent and clear throughout the whole resolution.
Yes, we are amenable, Representative. Thank you.
Are you making a formal motion to that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a motion to move to amend the resolution by adding a new subsection in Article 3, Section 1, indicating that the applicant must be of good moral character and not on disciplinary probation.
For the benefit of the assembly, may you first send the line before we proceed with the motion? So a motion has been made to insert a new subsection to Article 3, Section 1, which states that must be of good moral character and must not be on disciplinary probation. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded, are there any objections regarding this motion, or amendment rather? Yes, Representative Michon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a second amendment to that, whereas this newly added amendment would be the new section F, and then the current section F would be the standing section G.
Okay. So a motion has been made to the second degree that this subsection, if it were to be added, that it would be the new subsection F following subsection E, and then the current subsection F will be now the subsection G. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded, are there any objections to that? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back to the motion to amend by inserting this provision, are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Alo, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So, point of inquiry lang po.
Apology. Is this germane to the current standing motion that we currently have, which is to insert the provision here? Okay, thank you, Representative. So going back, are there any discussions in regards to this amendment? Going once? Yes, Representative? Okay. Are there any objections regarding this motion? Going once, going twice, the chair hears none, motion is carried. Are there any discussions regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Munoz, you are recognized.
Point of inquiry to the proponents, Mr. Chair. Since this one is already revised, may I ask about how, since from the things that I heard from scholars put before sa EDSER, na sometimes madakan because of the surcharge. So is there any way that you can assure, maybe through these guidelines, that there's any way we can reverse the surcharge for the last payment in case that the scholarship does come in later than expected?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. To to answer to answer the inquiry of the representative, how it works with SUSG scholars. Once they have been approved as scholars, their names are forwarded and endorsed to the Business and Finance Office. So they will be made aware that they are scholars of the SUSG and that such amount that they are entitled to as accepted scholars will be transferred into their student account. So BFO will be given prior knowledge that they will be receiving, that they are recipients of the scholarship.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Satisfied, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask another question. If Article 3, Section 1B, here it says not be a recipient of any forms excluding academic honor scholarship from the school. And is there in any way we can address, for example, if this student is a CHED scholar or a DOSC scholar or even a government scholar, since you've only included it to be in the school? So how can we avoid that? And if the proponents are willing to add, I would like to make a motion later on.
Inquiry stands, proponents.
To answer your question, rather, Representative Munoz, to satisfy this subsection B from Section 1, Article 3, which is not be a recipient of any forms excluding academic honor scholarship from the school. Once we have a roster of the scholars rather for this scholarship, we will be sending it or endorsing it to the SSAD or the Scholarship and A Division Office. And with that being said, they will be rechecking it if they are part of any scholarship from the university. And with that being said, it will be a safety measure for us to really ascertain that they are not part of any scholarship offered by Silliman University.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Would the proponents be amendable to adding more to this sentence? Like it can be exceptions may be granted, case by case based on financial standing. Since let's say the authors or like the line of these chairpersons of EDSER that you have served with have already graduated, and you guys can no longer be contact, we should consider that the ones following your footsteps may read this as is and might not know the internal workings of this resolution. So can we possibly add to B that it should read as must not be a recipient of any forms excluding academic honor scholarship. Exceptions may be granted case by case based on financial hardship.
The question stands, proponents. Are you amenable if that were to be made as a motion?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair and Representative Munoz. The proponents are amenable to this change.
With that, Representative Munoz, would you like to make a formal motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to add in Article 3, Section 1B, after the period, it should read as and add exceptions may be granted case by case based on financial hardship, period.
Is it possible that you furnish the Assembly your proposed amendment before it is seconded?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Give me a few seconds.
Okay, so a motion has been made to insert in Article 3, Section 1B, after the period of the original clause be added, exceptions may be granted case by case based on financial hardship, period. Are there any seconds to the motion? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Tumpag, you are recognized.
Point of inquiry to the speaker, is there a standing motion or?
Yes, there is currently a standing motion which is a motion to amend, which is the one that is in the assembly.
I'm sorry,
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Now, are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, the chair hears none, motion is carried. Are there any discussions regarding the resolution? Representative Tumpag, would you like to speak once more?
Thank you once again, Chair. I'd just like to raise a point of inquiry to the proponents. According to the Appendix B, which is the General Provision Contract, it is stated in number 7 that the total hours needed for service return is 10 hours for 2025-2026, and in your guidelines, you increased it to 20 hours of required rendered return service. I'd just like to ask the rationale behind the decision.
The question stands.
To answer your question, Representative Tumpag, this is just a reference from the previous operations that we have.
And also to add to that, the contract will be drafted by the committee itself, since there are a lot of other factors that need to be considered, like the number of scholars that they will admit, and thus the provided appendix here would be a reference only. And it's according to the discretion of the committee to edit it accordingly.
Okay, thank you, proponents.
Okay, are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Labuquas.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I wanted to point out that in Article 5, Section 3, the resolution talked about scholars with special needs being given accommodations on the return service. And indicated further in this section is that they have to submit a photocopy of their PWD ID alongside other requirements during the application process, which meant that failure to submit this document alongside the rest during the application process would mean they're not accommodated. I wanted to ask if the proponents would be amenable to adding also this kind of requirement in Article 3, Section 2 for better clarity.
Thank you so much for that, Representative. For that, we are amenable, and we have a proposed amendment to the section, which would be inserted in Section 2G, and of Article 3. It states that person of disability or PWD ID first. Apologies for a moment. States that person of disability, PWD ID, for students with disabilities, if applicable, period.
So, is anyone making a formal motion to insert that, Representative?
I would like to make a motion, however, a few changes to the wording for consistency with the previous subsections. Article 3, Section 2, for applicants that are students with disabilities, a photocopy of their PWD ID. I'll be sending this also to the group chat. To clarify, this will be the new subsection G as well.
Okay, so a motion has been made to insert in Article 3, Section 2, a provision that states for applicants that are students with disabilities or PWD, a photocopy of their PWD ID. And this will be the new subsection G that will push the original subsection G to be subsection H. Are there any seconds to that motion? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Would you like to continue, proponents, with your motion that was to add it into section 1? Apologies. Yes, apologies. Disregard that statement that the chair made. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Amante.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. In reference to the previous manifestation of Representative Ko from College of Nursing, we have finalized our proposed amendment in regards to the income tax return provision. So with that, I move that we amend Article 3, Section 2F with the
Is it possible?
We'll be sending.
Yes, thank you.
Apologies, I'm having technical difficulties on my end, Mr. Chair. Okay, I move that to amend to insert after Article 3, Section 1G, after 200,000 period, that the following sentence be added. I've already sent it to the group chat. However, the committee may have discretion in considering the factors outlined in Article 7, Section 4 in accepting applicants with ITRs exceeding the said amount. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So a motion has been made to insert here in Article 3, Section 1, subsection G, after the provision have an income tax return for both parents and or guardians not exceeding 200,000 pesos. It will be added after that sentence. However, the committee may have discretion in considering the factors outlined in Article 7, Section 4 in accepting applicants with ITRs exceeding the said amount. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions regarding that motion? Going once, going twice. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor regarding the resolution? Yes, Representative Paika, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a point of clarification on the amendment made sa Article 3, Section 1, atong exceptions may be granted case by case based on financial hardship. I would just like to ask, how is financial hardship quantified or defined, given that it is a qualification for the scholarship? So I feel like it would be best to have to specify what financial hardship means.
The question stands, proponent.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Representative Paika. We would like to inform everyone that as part of the application form, they are also to include the amount that their parents are earning within a year. And aside from that, it's also stated in the working timeline section 4 that it is up until the deliberation. So during the panel interview, it's also asked regarding such things. And during deliberation, we also consider their application requirements, such as the ITR and the Certificate of Indigency, which states the number of income that their parents or their guardians are receiving. So all of these informations will be utilized during the deliberation. However, we did not put a matrix in terms of the number to define financial hardships because we do not want to limit the scholars in terms of their application.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Paika. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a technical amendment. Nauna ang signatories kaysa sa abstract. Appendix pala, sorry. Nauna ang appendix kaysa sa signatories.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, that was intentional on our part because the appendix is in reference to the guidelines, not the resolution itself.
Okay.
The resolution proper, it's in reference to the guidelines itself.
Amendment retracted, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative Cantila. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Morales, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry, in Article 1, Section 2, why isn't the junior high school department not included in the partial financial report? Is it only limited to the senior high school and college?
Thank you so much for that, Representative Morales. So this resolution was authored or crafted in reference to the previous one or the existing guidelines that we have. And in those existing guidelines, we only have the scholarship for senior high school and college students. In regards to that, perhaps if we were to include the junior high school students in this scholarship, it would call for an expansion of the resolution itself, which can be a separate resolution in and of itself. So maybe you can raise that.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative Morales?
Inquiry satisfied.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further discussions on the floor? From the minority floor, are there any further discussions? From the majority floor, are there any further discussions? Does the majority floor have any further discussions regarding the resolution? Representative Ko, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Would the proponents be amendable to creating a matrix as to the based changes? The committee may have discretion in considering the factors outlined. So would the proponents be amendable to creating a matrix, establishing a point grading matrix where the committee shall refer to when evaluating the applicants exceeding the 200,000 income tax return. So the matrix would evaluate the number of dependents, the number of children simultaneously studying, senior citizen dependent or PWD dependent, if the student has chronic illness, if the parents are unemployed, if they are a renting residence, or they are disaster-affected household. So the points of interpretation will be given by the committee, and points would also reflect to the priority of acceptance.
Thank you for that question, proponent. We would like to cite an example and experience as well, considering that we were able to serve the Educational Services Committee from last school year. When it comes to the matrix, it's mainly made by the Educational Services Committee itself, not by the guidelines, because it also changes per administration. And in order to satisfy the question as well, this kind of matrix is also stipulated in the application form. They are to input how many number of siblings, if they are PWD in their family, senior citizens, and these are also questions that are raised during panel interview, and all of the deliberating team are also aware of certain questions that should be raised during this application process, which is why we did not want to include a proper, not apologies for the term, but a fixed matrix, because we want to leave that to the committee themselves. Thank you.
Is your inquiry satisfied or sentiment satisfied, Representative?
Satisfied.
Thank you, Representative Ko. Are there any further discussions on the floor? From the minority, from the majority, again from the majority floor, are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Tim Tim, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of clarification to the proponents. In the event that the applicants do not reach 15 applicants, how does the committee plan to allocate the fund then?
The question stands. Proponents.
Thank you for the inquiry, good representative. As stated in our guidelines, it's only a maximum of 15. It doesn't mean dapat 15 total. In the past, administrations have decided to only give to 10, to 12, and to 15, depending on the current economic status of the country. So it's not strict na dapat 15. So if we only receive about 10 nominees, 10 applicants, and they get past all 10, it is divided equally among all of the scholars.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. To prevent this discussion from going around in circles, seeing as there's no more further sentiments nga that is really major, and personally my sentiments are already, my questions were satisfied by the previous answers which I was supposed to ask. Therefore, I move the previous question, Mr. Chair. I so move.
A motion has been made to go back to the previous question and it has been properly seconded. Are there any objections with the motion? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back to the previous question, which is in the adoption of the resolution entitled A Resolution Reestablishing the Guidelines for the Silliman University Student Government Scholarship Fund. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. And finally, those in abstention, please raise your hand. Okay. With 46 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 abstentions. Apologies. 46 in favor, 2 not in favor, 0 in abstentions. The motion to adopt the resolution entitled A Resolution Reestablishing the Guidelines for the Silliman University Student Government Scholarship Fund is hereby adopted. Congratulations, proponents.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Proceeding with the order of business, we are now with our other matters section. So for that, the other matters that was scheduled in the order of business is the first Committee on Appropriations Committee report. I have already added it to the order of business, so you may refer it. It is in the album 5 other matters, and you may refer to the committee report. In doing so, the chair summons a representative from the Committee on Appropriations to present their report. Yes, the schedule for the reso for the GAR was first. However, the Assembly did not receive a copy of the resolution, so it will not, until the Assembly has been forwarded, we will proceed with our other matters. Proceed with the report.
Okay, good evening. Good afternoon, rather. Apologies, Assembly. Good afternoon, Assembly. On July 3, the Committee on Appropriation held its first budget deliberation tackling the partial first semester administrative expenditure program of the Executive Committee. In total, the Committee on Appropriation deliberated on 9 executive committees. So, as you can see in our report, the Committee on Appropriation deliberated on all 9 executive committee budget proposals that was sent to us. In total, 18 committees sent their budget proposal. Unfortunately, due to time constraints and extensive deliberation on certain committees, we only managed to tackle only half of it. And as you can see below, we only have 2 comments on the overall Hello. We only have 2 comments for the partial first semester administrative expenditure program because nagbalik-balik lang basically ang comment. Number 1, we commend the executive committee, first of all, that they were able to create their budget proposal in only a short amount of time, considering that they already created their budget proposal for the entire first semester, which we commend them heavily. And in the next, although because of the short amount of time that they were allotted to create their budget proposal, minor mistakes were found. Notably, some committees were not able to cross-check the total amount, which led to amendments, which the committee corrected later on. And overall, the committee approved the 9 executive committees that presented their budget proposal. However, with the condition that the committee act on the amendments that were proposed and approved by the Committee on Appropriations. Following that, listed below are the events and the total amounts that were requested by each committee. Let's start with the Advocacy Committee. So they have a total of 3 events. Number 1 is Silliman Got Talent, that totals to 8,838.50. Sillimove, a community dance, totaling to 6,490.85. FMAS Animal Care Fund Initiative, that totals to 19,768.46. We have 1 budget proposal from Cheercom, which will be our acquaintance party, that totals to 45,928.75. Following that, we have EdCircom, that has 4 proposed budget proposals, the general orientation only totaling 857,000.45. The Hibalag Parade of Lights, 519.20. The Study Space Initiative for the first semester totaling to 6,543.90 pesos, and then the generalized budget, which is 7,613.10. The Environment Committee only proposed 2 budget proposals. However, they expressed that they will be sending more during during the next deliberation, which their first event is a climate anxiety response workshop that totals to 2,343, and their Hibalag Waste Watch totals to 1,334.75. Finance Committee proposed 3 budget proposal for their membership orientation, which only totals to 1,387.10. Their university-wide finance workshop, which totals to 3,493.60, and their finance essential projects, which totals to 5,060 pesos. The High School Affairs sent a total of 2 budget proposals, which the first one is only 1,100 for their Hibalag files, and their project Nutri, Nourished Understanding Through Recreation and Innovation, totals to 3,520. For the Ms. Silliman Committee, they have 4 budget proposal, which specifies their events. For the general budget, their office supplies basically daw is 1,566.95. For the advocacy defense is 1,852.40. For the premiere is 6,130.30 centavos, and their initial interview is 1,760. You might wonder why their budget proposal is kind of low, because most of the funds that most of the expenses that they will incur later on, they will get the funds from their ticket sales revenue daw, and other fund generating initiatives such as marketing, sponsorship, etc., etc. And for the Secretariat Committee, the ordinary sigils of Secretariat, which is the institutionalized event, the Secretariat Workshop, totals to 6,290, and the office management, office supply restock is 33,871.20. The reason why medyo dako ang office management, because they will be purchasing inks for the printer and for the repair of the printer, and multiple reams of paper for the free printing initiative that the SUSG is still continuing this year. And lastly, the Social Cultural Committee proposing 3 events. The first semester general orientation, which happened last week, which is 2,607 pesos. The Likha Atula Writing Contest is 5,689.47 pesos. And Silliman Sings It, 713 pesos point 63, which totals to the first partial first semester administrative expenditure programs totals to 175,279.62. That will be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that Committee on Appropriations. With that report for the general appropriations, now, are there any sentiments from the floors regarding the report that the committee has given? Does any representative have any inquiries regarding the report? Yes, Representative Albon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to raise a few sentiments, not about the committee report, but how the Committee on Appropriations budget hearing went. I received a few sentiments from some of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the executive committee as a representative, and they approached me that they weren't properly informed of the timeline and how the entire hearing went, which led to them being confused of when is their order, how they will present, and there are also some committees that had longer time in terms of the hearing, while the others, for the lack of better term, felt disrespected, that the other representatives also started leaving and their budget wasn't properly criticized. While I understand that the Committee on Appropriations had a very long night, and I do respect you all for that, I think that moving forward, perhaps we can have a better communication with both committees, and we acknowledge all of the circumstances that happened. Thank you.
Can the committee respond?
Yes. Thank you for that sentiment, Representative Albon. Representative Ozoa, I believe you have a response to that.
Thank you so much for raising that sentiment, Representative Albon. The committee also recognizes the faults that happened during that night. It was definitely a long night for both the representatives and the executive committee. Unfortunately, it was a series of miscommunications between the executive and the and the Committee on Appropriations, because initially we were supposed to hold this on a different date. However, due to the multiple extensions given to the executive committee, it led to the Committee on Appropriations having little to no time to properly deliberate on the budget proposal that was sent. And because of that, in a way, murag nagdali-dali mi og scrutinize ato, and we weren't able to plan out meticulously the little details that happened during the session proper, especially the allocation of the time given. It was difficult for the committee to determine kung unsa na specific time dapat ang executive committee each, because it differs man good from different committees. For example, we had a problem with the Sports and Recreations Committee last night because the amount of budget that they requested was significantly higher compared to a lot of the committees, and they weren't able to provide as much information that murag reassures the members of the committee that dapat i-approve ang budget. And some committees, the reason why dali kayo nahuman ang uban committees was because they were able to defend it well, they were able to present it well compared to other committees. That is why medyo different jud ang time allotted to each committees, because that is also up to the discretion of the Committee on Appropriation on how they want to scrutinize jud each committee presented. And although all that reasons aside, we do acknowledge that the executive committee also took time out of their busy schedule to defend the budget proposal. But rest assured that all of these kay murag, we took their best interests at heart, Jud. And right now the committee is deliberating on ways forward, and we hope, and we also communicated na pod to the executive committee that proper communication should be established, Jud. And when deadlines are extended, hopefully the committee is informed ahead of time so that the members of that committee can also prepare to scrutinize the budget proposals properly. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further sentiments from the floor regarding the report? From the minority floor, any sentiments? From the majority floor? Seeing that the chair sees no sentiments being further raised, thank you, Committee on Appropriations, for your first committee report. Proceeding with the order of business, we were not able to go over the resolution regarding the implementing the Silliman University Student Government SUSG semestral appropriations for the first semester of the academic year 2026-2027 because it was furnished to the Assembly late. Let us go over that. Would anyone... the chair summons the proponents of such resolution to present.
The chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations would like to request that all members present during the budget deliberations be up here on the floor in cases where they may have certain inquiries regarding the line items.
Okay, so good afternoon again. Good afternoon once again, Honorable Assembly. So in front of you here are the proponents and the members of the Committee on Appropriations that were present during the budget deliberation. So going through the resolution, the basic whereas clauses, we are citing our mandate as to the reason why we're writing the resolution, why we're doing everything. So I'll go over the three, whereas 3 to 5 ra. So whereas Article 7, Section 16 of the Silliman University Student Government Constitution states that the Student Assembly shall record all its proceedings for future reference. The official and approved records of the Student Assembly shall be accessible to any student through any practicable platform. The fourth, whereas Article 9, Section 6 of the General Appropriations Policy of Silliman University Student Government states that upon approval of the Administrative Expenditure Program, the committee will draft and submit their corresponding General Appropriations Resolution to the student body for deliberation and approval. The fifth whereas clause states that the Committee on Appropriation conducted its budget proposal on the 3rd of July, during which the proposed General Appropriations for the first semester of the academic year 2026-2027 were presented, reviewed, and approved by the committee. The first, therefore, be it resolved, and as it hereby resolved, that the general appropriations amount to 175,279.62 for the first semester of the academic year 2026-2027. The second, resolve further that the general appropriation for the first semester of the academic year of the 2026-2027 shall be as follows. This is a similar table to what I presented during the committee report. So would it be okay if we skip past this and proceed to the deliberations, Mr. Chair? Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that, proponents. Now, are there any motions on the floor to adopt the General Appropriations Resolution? Yes, Representative Tolentino, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the resolution to the floor.
A motion has been made to adopt the General Appropriations Resolutions. Are there any seconds on the floor? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions on the floor? The chair will give the assembly 2 minutes to review the resolution, seeing as it was just the resolution was just furnished now, and certain representatives have not yet reviewed the resolution. Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
To better give time for our representatives and to also communicate their sentiments to our proponents, I would like to move for a 5-minute recess.
A motion has been made for a 5-minute recess and it has been properly seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, the chair hears none. Session is suspended for 5 minutes. adopt the General Appropriations Resolution. Are there any discussions on the floor? Again, are there any discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Paika, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would just like to raise a technical amendment on the signatories to amend by removing the N on the last name of Representative Munoz and replacing it with the Nye.
A motion has been made to correct Representative Munoz's last name, correcting the N to Nye. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Cantila, you are recognized.
Technical amendment, so whereas number 5, as it is a full sentence, there must be a period after. Para.
Okay. A motion has been made to add a period after whereas clause number 5, seeing there is none. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice, the chair hears none, motion is carried. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Amante, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Technical amendment on the proponents' names. Rather, for the proponents, where everyone that says Silliman University Student Government, it be replaced with 36th SUSG Student Assembly.
A motion has been made to amend the proponents who have here stipulated sa ilang names, Silliman University Student Government, and it be changed to the 36th SUSG Student Assembly. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair hears none. Motion is carried. Are there any further amendments on the floor? Or apologies, discussions rather. Are there any further discussions? From the minority floor. Yes, Representative Michon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a technical amendment to whereas clause number 1, where you add a space next to section 1. Section 1, comma, then space. Apologies.
Apologies.
Article 2, section 1, comma, space.
Okay. The chair will see that as a technical amendment, and so, but before that, are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Since it is a technical amendment, motion is carried. Are there any further discussions on the floor? Yes, Representative Michon, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Once again, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to move to the previous question.
A motion to go back to the previous question has been made and properly seconded. Are there any objections on the floor? Yes, Representative Gamo, you are recognized. Can you share to the Assembly what is your objection?
I object, Mr. Chair, because I'd like to make a motion to amend the last clause at the last part of the sentence to add a period.
Okay, thank you for that, Representative. With that, Representative Michon, do you wish to retract your objection? Apologies to your motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to withdraw the
Okay,
motion.
a motion has been retracted. Representative Gamo, would you like to make that motion formally?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend resolve further clause number 4 to add a period after approval.
Properly moved and seconded. The chair sees that as a technical error. Add technical amendment. Motion is carried. Are there any further discussions? Seeing that there is none, the chair would like to relinquish his seat in order to ask or participate in the discussion regarding this resolution. Seeing that Representative Munoz is a proponent, Representative Barikit, are you okay with taking the floor? With that, the chair would like to relinquish his seat to the minority floor leader. Are there any objections on the floor? Hearing none, the chair is relinquished to the minority floor leader.
Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Kalasang, you are acknowledged.
Thank you for the Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I have an inquiry to the proponents. Is it possible that they give us a reason why the advocacy committee, specifically the event for the FMAS Animal Care Fund initiative, reaches to 19,000 pesos? Because although you guys have deliberated, the assembly does not know why this amount came to be, and it would be beneficial if we were also informed, considering that this is a high amount. Yes.
The question stands. Proponents?
To answer your question, Representative, this is because this is the budget for the whole school year for the animals. So that includes dog food, cat food. These are sacks, big sacks of dog food and cat food, as well as ivermectins and cleaning materials. So this amount, 19K, is supposed that this lasts until the end of the school year to sustain the animals. And for everybody's information, the advocacy committee has told us that there's currently 2 adult dogs. There's gonna be 1 to be rescued, and they are expecting it's pregnant, and another pregnant cat to be rescued. So they're gonna deal with a lot of kittens and puppies. So this includes everything that they would need to sustain the animals.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Follow-up question. Considering that it is the amount will be enough to cover their year, can the assembly presume that the advocacy committee will no longer be submitting a budget proposals in regards to that initiative?
The question stands. Proponents?
Okay. So to answer that question, Mr. Chair, initially the budget was higher, twice the amount stated here. The reason why we lessen the amount is that, number one, the worry namo is basing ma-expire niya if by bulk dayo paliton, and since this is marag the first allocation in this nature, we suggested it to them na ipalower siya and marag tester ni like marag pilot allocation ni siya for that food. So marag we consulted this also to the SUSG president, the finance com, and the chairs, and they suggested na i-reduce to this amount, and marag they're aiming na for the entire school year ni siya. However, if ma-deplete ni siya
before the end of the school year, then maybe na ay chance daw na mo budget proposal sila again, but not as high.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Inquiry satisfied for now.
Are there any further discussions from the floor? Yes, Representative.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask the proponents clarification regarding the budget proposals of the committee, specifically for the Ms. Silliman committee. This inquiry is more on clarification and gauging in the background or the reasoning as to their budget, as given the weight of Ms. Silliman committee, its primary event or initiative is really big. So I would just like to clarify as to the basis for their budgeting, which seems to be relatively low.
Thank you so much for raising that concern, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, it is murag somewhat shocking na small ang amounts ki-request nila. The reason for this is that the bulk of their expenses kay makovered daw through marketing initiatives and their ticketing revenues. That's what they explained to me. So most of these, the budget that they requested are mga that covers their administrative cost per each for each event nila.
So to further clarify, it's more on contingency na lang.
Yes.
Okay, inquiry satisfied. Thank you, proponents.
Yes, Representative Calasang, you are acknowledged.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I have an inquiry to the proponents. This is in regards to the Secretariat Committee's ordinary sigils of Secretariat. Is it possible that the proponents may inform the Assembly what that event is, considering that we are not aware and that that the amount that is allocated for that reaches 6,000, considering that most of these activities that I'm seeing from the different committees, like the general amount, I don't know what's the term, pero average something is around 4. So may I ask the proponents what that event is?
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. A totally understandable point of inquiry. This event is basically the Secretariat Workshop, which is an institutionalized event. And this amount they requested, from what they communicated during the budget deliberation and prior to the budget deliberation, the reason why ni-exceed ni dako ilang amount from previous events around 5,000. However, they projected na this year they would be getting more participants, considering na from last year daw they had a good turnout, and especially this year they wanted to up their standards a little bit with especially when they're gonna provide marag booklets. Yes.
Inquiry satisfied. May I be recognized once more, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. I would also like to ask, in regards to the Social Cultural Committee, specifically the Likha Itula Writing Contest, considering that it is a writing contest, may we ask the proponents why the amount reaches to 5,000? Can you possibly inform us what is the costing that the committee will cover? Because it's based on our perception, a writing contest, so and so. So why does it reach 5,000?
Allow me a few minutes to get through the budget proposal itself.
You may be given 2 minutes to... the question stands.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. The budget proposal for the Social Cultural Committee in the Likha Kwan Writing Contest is actually, the reason why it's expensive is because we're using, the proponents of this budget proposal are taking Kwan prices, are buying prices rather sa Silliman souvenir shop. And the reason for that is because they had a time, they were limited in their time to find on other shops para maka-find of other prices. And additionally, the proposal also included 4 acrylic plaques as opposed to have giving each of the judges and then the inspirational speaker a token, since it actually reduces their cost. The original amount to this proposal was actually 1,000 pesos higher, pero we managed to reduce it to 1,000 pesos lower na pod para at the very least it still gives them a quality event, but at the same time it's a reasonable amount for an event that's one day and that spans an entire department.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
I would also like to add, Mr. Chair, if you allow, that considering... Okay, apologies. We do understand that some of these events are mahal jud siya, but for example, socio-cultural, they do recognize na the reason partly na taas ilahang pag-allocate sa ilahang budget kay tungod kay they lack time in properly properly looking for canvassing. Wala sila nakatarog canvassing, but they still complied with the guidelines. However, they also the finance chair rather also made known to them na if ever naamoy chance to lower it later on, they will, as much as possible, muna ilang buhaton na mas cost-effective sila later on.
Yes, Representative Calasa.
Why is it so loud? Sorry. My response to that is I'm not complaining that the budget that's allocated towards the event is too high. I'm simply asking for clarification, considering that we also have to be cautious of the amount that is being put out. And for the people who are not able to attend the budget deliberations, it's basically in a ways for us to be clarified on like why is this so and so. So I'm not trying to ask to lower so and so. I'm just asking for clarification, and I believe this will also be my last question in regards to the General Appropriations Resolution, which is, may I ask, what does the Educational Services Committee pertain to when they talk about the generalized budget?
The question stands, proponents.
A few minutes, Mr. Chair. Let me just find the... can you expound... May I ask the proponent to expound more on the question?
You may expound upon it.
Because it is stipulated here under the Educational Services Committee, one of their allocations is for a generalized budget which amounts to 7,613.10 pesos. So may I ask, educational services? Yes.
The question stands.
So I would just like to ask, for the benefit of the Assembly as well, what do they pertain to when they speak about generalized budget?
Allow the proponents a few minutes to locate the files.
Mr. Chair, may we ask for a few minutes since we believe this is a technical error. So let us just calculate for a little bit.
Yes, Representative.
To cut things short, I move to a recess. 5 minutes. No need, na? Okay, never mind. I retract my statement.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized, Representative Amante.
Okay, so Thank you for bringing that up, Honorable Representative Kalasang, because that truly was a that truly was a technical error on the part of the committee and the proponents, considering that the generalized budget proposal is actually just a document that they gave us, which was a compilation of all three of their budget proposals, and I've already made the necessary calculation if by removing it, and the grand total has been reflected. So I'll be making a series of amendments to address this. Mr. Chair, I move that we strike out line item generalized budget from the educational services section of the event and program appropriations. I so move.
Motion has been made and is properly seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, twice. Are there any objections? Going once, twice, hearing none, motion is carried.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move that the grand total in resolved 1 and 2 be replaced with 167,666.52
For the,
pesos.
for the benefit of the assembly, could you send your amendments
I
to
am
the
sending it.
GC?
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Are there any seconds? Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, twice. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is carried. Any further discussions from the floor? Yes, Representative Labucoas.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clarify on the Educational Services Committee's line item Hibalag 2026 Parade of Lights, since most of the appropriations are on events and the business as usual working needs of each committee. However, they are the only committee that asked for financial assistance for Hibalag 2026 Parade of Lights. Just wanted to clarify on what specific items these are for.
The question stands, proponents.
This is for their banner that they were planning to use for the next few years, since they don't want to purchase anything much more expensive. So they were planning to buy 2 meters of cloth and then paint and then some paintbrush to do it on their own. And then they were planning that this would be something they can use for the next few school years.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Follow-up question. Since it is a purchase that can be reused for the next couple of years, would it be more fitting to change the line item name or have it indicated for a different kind of expense?
Will the proponents make the amendment to that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For that, all of these names are reflected on their budget proposal. We do not have the jurisdiction over the names of their proposals because that's the purview of the executive committees and the cabinet. Our only purview is the budget. So we cannot dictate the names of their events unless it is a correction based on past legislation or the original legislation that their program, event, or participation refers to.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Are there any further discussions from the floor? Going once? Yes, Representative Calasa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I think I personally, as a representative, I have no more contentions regarding the resolution. Is it possible that the Committee on Appropriations also furnish the Assembly a copy of the budget proposal so that if ever questions do arise, we ourselves can review the budget proposals, considering that if ever this general appropriations will be approved, if ever questions do arise, we'll still be able to review so and so, rather than this just being our only document that we will rely on for the budgets.
Suggestion is open. Proponents.
Definitely, Mr. Chair. I also believe that the Speaker was also furnished a copy of the budget proposal before it being referred to the Committee on Appropriations. But yes, moving forward, definitely the Committee on Appropriations will recommend that the Speaker furnish also the Assembly a copy of the link that was given to the committee.
Yes. May I be recognized once more?
Yes, you're recognized.
In response to that, yes, the Speaker was furnished a copy, and then it was only forwarded to the Committee on Appropriations. So the people who only had access to the PBs were the Committee on Appropriations. So for the rest of the representatives, I believe it is best that they would also be given transparency in the breakdown of the different accounts. So that is all for my sentiments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any further discussions from the floor? Going once, going twice. The chair will go back to the previous question of approving a resolution implementing the Silliman University Student Government semestral appropriations for the first semester of the academic year 2026 to 2027. With its amendments. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands. Yes, representatives.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Concerning the FMAS budget, it was mentioned earlier that it was supposed to be good for the whole year, but I believe what we are discussing right now is only for the first semester. So how does that connect?
Yeah.
The question stands, proponent.
Thank you so much for that, representative. Another thing that was also suggested from the Finance Com to the Advocacy Committee is that they treat this as a fund basis so that dili siya ora-orada na hatag ang 19,000 in one budget proposal. This is just an allocation so that 19,000 there for the first month. What if 5,000 na sa ilang pangayoon from this fund? So 5,000 sa ilang i-budget proposal ana. If na-lapse fund, then that is carried to the next semester. So in that essence, murag for the entire year sa siya. So kung dili mahurot ang 19,000, ako mahurot ang 19,000 within the first semester, then pwede sila maka-ask og another budget proposal for the next semester. If napay bilin ani after the first semester niya, mulapse siya to the second sem, pwede like lesser ilang pangayoon or katora ilang pangayoon.
I see.
Is your inquiry satisfied?
Satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Representative Kalasang, you are acknowledged.
I would just like to ask an inquiry based on Representative Ozoa's sentiments regarding the lapse fund. Isn't it usually that when an allocation is not used up for the first semester, it returns to the SUSG fund? So may I ask, how is it able to transition towards the second semester when any remaining money that was not used for activities will return to the SUSG fund?
So yes, it does return to the general fund. However, it is also marag understanding between Finance Com and Advocom na okay, sige kung maabot, let's say 19,000, 9,000 na lang mabilin for the first semester, dayon kanang 9,000 excess na siya, so mabalik siya sa general fund. That is also understanding na between Finance Com and Advocom na that 9,000 will be again allocated again for this specific fund for the next appropriation. So mo carry ra siya ba?
But do you think that understanding is valid?
That is definitely under the discretion of Finance Committee and Advocom regarding the management of their budget.
Yes, but we're also talking about the budget in terms of allocation for the first semester. Because yes, it is an understanding between the advocacy and the finance com. However, how about us for the assembly? Are we willing to allow for that to happen, considering that lapse funds usually return to the general funds?
Initially, their budget proposal for this event was around double this amount, because they said na this only covers for the first semester only. However, upon consultation with the SUSG president, she raised the concern of it not being sustainable, na twice the amount siya. That's why we tried our best, and the Committee on Advocacy Committee tried their best to lower it. And how do I explain this? Apologies. So kana ilang gi-cut in half. Basically, gi-cut in half nila for the first semester. However, they aim jud na kuan siya for the entire school year siya, but gi-allocate ni nila for the first semester kay murag yeah. In case na dili pod maigo ilahang expenses, ni hangyo sila na kanirang 19,000 ang ipakuan. Kay naay chance jud na mahurot siya within the first semester, or if naay excess, then kuan siya, balik siya sa general fund, and understanding na mangayo sila anang excess again for the second appropriation, which will go again sa system nato na i-approve namo kung valid pa siya again kung mangayo sila and moagi gihapon ani na system.
Point of order, please refer to the chair and wait to be acknowledged when engaging in debates. Yes, you're acknowledged, Representative.
Apologies for that, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the recognition. Based on what I'm hearing, there are contradictions to what you said, Representative Ozoa, especially with you saying that if ever that the 19,000 does not diminish, it will carry over to the next semester. However, you also stated that it will return first to the general fund, and then it can be taken out of the back once more. So there's confusion to that, and I'm not certain how the other representatives feel. But for me personally, I feel like it should be clarified whether or not it will return to the general fund, and then the advocacy committee will present once more for the second semester, or so and so. Because based on what I'm hearing, I'm also confused, and we're talking about the budgets and finance, and I think that's a very dangerous state right now to be in, considering that we will be passing this resolution.
The question stands, proponents.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I understand that there are really misunderstandings. Allow me 5 minutes to properly consolidate my answers, and while waiting, maybe we can entertain the question from.
To expedite the process, the chair will declare a 5-minute recess so that you may discuss it on the floor. Session is suspended for 5 minutes. Yes, Representative Galasa.
While I do understand the chair's reason for calling for a recess, however, we do not have the time right now or the luxury to conduct more recess, and I believe it's best that other questions are entertained first, because I believe certain representatives still have inquiries, and I believe it's best that it's put on record, considering, again, this is a general appropriations resolution and not just a resolution in other regards. So that is my objection, Mr. Chair.
I will retract the previous motion. And are there any further discussions from the floor? Yes, Representative, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the proponents. Is this understanding between the Finance Com and the committee applicable, or do you have also the same agreement with all the committees involved that was included in the the resolution or in that report, or only for that FAMAS program only? Thank
The
you.
question stands, proponents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Upon convening with my co-proponents here, we believe there was a misunderstanding from the proponents' end on what the question was about. Wait, first, I know, but just so we can clarify what the answer should have been. In regards to your original question, Honorable Representative, on since it was answered earlier that this proposal will be used throughout the year, but it's only being accredited to the first semester. It is being treated as a purchase from the money from this semester, and then the items to be bought will be used throughout the year. So that's the simple and better explanation for your answer, rather, for your initial inquiry, because the money that will be used for this purchase throughout the whole year will come from the first semester. And with that, I'm hoping that clarifies any of the confusion brought about the earlier discussion, and may I request that your second inquiry be restated?
My second inquiry is, do you have the same agreement with the other committees there for the agreement that you have with the FAMAS? Or is it only special for the FAMAS program, the one that costs 19,000?
The question stands, proponents.
Because although the good representative explained that it would be purchased and distributed all throughout the year, but what was mentioned earlier was quite different. It was mentioned that if they need only 5,000 for this month, they will only give 5,000, and then if they will need more than that for the next month, so it's quite confusing again. Yeah. So my second inquiry is that if you have the same agreement with all the other committees that is stated there, it is only for that program only.
The question stands, proponents, once again.
For that, Honorable Representative, it's not the same understanding with the other committees, because for this alone, Kanina Fund is different compared to the events. However, I do apologize sa akong explanation earlier. Ako po mismo medyo na-confuse ko. So, to clarify, the correct answer to the question was what Representative Amante explained earlier.
Is your inquiry satisfied, Representative?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Are there any further discussions from the floor? Going once, going twice. We will now move to the previous question of adopting the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hands. Yes, Representative.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
May I motion to table the approval of the acceptance of the resolution because of there are some uncertainties on the figures that we are presented. Second, I think it would give the Assembly a good amount of time to see the proposed budget, even though I understand it is supposed to be the responsibility of the Finance Committee to check the budget. But as what we had earlier, there was a mistake in the presentation. So for me, the budget, the figures that are presented there are does not have integrity. So I believe that it would give a good amount for us in the Assembly to check the proposed budget from the committees. So I move to table it.
Are there any seconds to the motion? Motion properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Yes, Representative Cantila.
I would like to contextualize why this resolution is urgent and why this resolution is being discussed and why this was inserted in the first place. A lot of these programs right here are set in August during Hibalag season. And a lot of the stipulated, pardon me, a lot of the stipulated line items there will occur during Hibalag season. So I believe to lay on the table this resolution would be to delay the release of the budget to the committees as the preparation for Hibalag is nearing. And I believe other representatives have other sentiments.
Your sentiments are heard. Representative Yes, Representative Kalasang.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. While I do understand Representative Cantila's sentiments on the urgency of this resolution, based on what we just saw on the discussion, do you really think that this resolution is worthy to be passed, considering that there are still errors that we found out during discussion, and what more if we were to actually review the actual numbers? And I do understand that there was a committee for this whose job or responsibilities were to scrutinize and to actually present a proper resolution. However, based on our current discussions, I believe that we are the safeguard, Manggod, when it comes to the funds of the SUSG. And I think right now, to pass it with its still uncertainties and the fact that we are in a time crunch, I believe that it's best. I do agree with it being laid on the table, and I believe the Committee on Appropriations also do plan to conduct a special session soon. So with that, my sentiments is that I support the representative's motion to lay it on the table.
Your sentiments are heard, Representative Yes, Representative Labucuas.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo Representative Kalasang's sentiments, since while I do understand what it is like to really depend on a budget and considering the small time frame left before the Hibalag events, I'd like to reiterate that this is budget. This is money that we're talking about. This is from the students, and I think that's a very serious matter that we have to take into account. Mirroring also the representatives' sentiments earlier, that it would be better for us representatives to, in good faith, like really assess based on what actually is being asked for by the committees, through the form of the budget proposals. Maybe if we have questions, especially since we're having agreements on the side, and it's raising a lot of questions for us now. Personally, in good faith, I cannot vote on approving this. Thank you.
Your sentiments are heard, Representative. Representative Amante, you are acknowledged.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I myself am a committee member and a proponent of this resolution. However, even I have to admit that it has been quite obvious now that although the purpose and the intention of the committee is to scrutinize and analyze the budget proposals on behalf of the Student Assembly, it is also our job to convince the rest of the representatives that what we have discussed was thorough enough, and that we are confident enough that the Student Assembly can pass such resolution with the confidence that it was properly done and our duty was properly gone through. However, again, it is pretty clear that the rest of this assembly has not been convinced of just how thorough we may have been. So with that, even though I'm a proponent and a member of the committee, I am also in agreement with the divinity and the good representatives from COPVA and CPA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your sentiments are heard. Yes, Representative Cantila. Yes, Representative Azoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. We do definitely apologize that the floor is not convinced regarding this. And with that, we are inclined to agree with the sentiments raised by the good representative from the College of Performing and Visual Arts and from the School of Divinity. We would also like to inform that we are already planning to tackle the remaining 9 committees this coming Friday, and we requested, hopefully with the floor's approval and the speaker's approval, na we will hold a special session so that ma-expedite ra gihapon ni and ma-cater gihapon ni, so that as well na marag mausa ra pud siya, because there are still 9 committees na wala na deliberate. And with that, we are also inclined to agree once again, Mr. Chair, that we lay this matter on the table so that the assembly floor may be also furnished with a copy of the budget proposals as well.
Your sentiments are heard, Representative. Yes, Representative Amante.
I yield to Representative Gamo.
Yes, Representative Gamo.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe enough has been said by the representatives. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to move to the previous question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, objection.
I am for the postponement of this resolution, which is why I'm now saying objecting to the motion, just so it can, instead of lay on the table, it be postponed, because lay on the table is more often used for same day or same session situations. So if I may request the good representative from the Divinity School to withdraw their motion, so we can change it to motion to postpone. It was, Mr. Chair, it was seconded, correct?
Yes, it was seconded.
It was seconded, so
you may.
Good evening once again. I would like to withdraw my motion of putting the table the approval of the resolution for the Committee on Appropriations. And my motion is to postpone the approval of this resolution to the next session.
Motion is properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Any objections? We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of postponing this resolution, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands. All those not in favor of postponing the resolution. All those in abstention. With 46 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 in abstentions, motion is carried. The chair will now relinquish his seat to the Speaker of the House. Are there any objections? Hearing none, chair is relinquished.
Please settle down, representatives. Continuing with our other matters, are there any other matters that need to be discussed by the Student Assembly? Yes, Representative Barikit, you are recognized.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. If it is okay with the Assembly, I would like to make a privileged speech, if it is still okay with the time.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Now, I will try to keep this speech as comprehensive as possible, so bear with me. Honorable Chair, fellow representatives, thank you for having me in front here today. So, for the past month, there has been a growing concern within the minority floor. The representatives have voiced out that they've been hearing hearsay concerning an alleged instability in the Assembly from both internal and external sources, meaning that this alleged instability is visible to the student body, our main constituents. Perhaps this has been put into out of proportion, but must I remind everybody that we must put ourselves in the highest level of scrutiny when it comes to the opinions of our main constituents, the student body. And these concerns have only been substantiated by the recent developments. 11 representatives leaving a single floor cannot something that can easily be overlooked. And whether or not the factors for their resignations are of the same nature is up to discussion. However, as minority floor leader, I am inclined to assume that it is the former. Now, with that, I hope this is something that is addressed promptly, smoothly, and diplomatically, because if this continues, I fear that this will negatively impact the focus of our efforts. Must I remind the representatives that we are here in the first place to serve our constituents. We were voted into our positions not to do politics, but for service. And for the love of service, in service, we should remain. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barikit. Proceeding with our other matters. Yes, Representative Olarte, you are recognized.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. If it is also all right with the time of the representatives, I would also like to share my own sentiments regarding this.
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, everyone. So given Representative Barikit, my fellow minority floor leader, has already addressed his sentiments, I would also like to add on to my own. It must be acknowledged that there is undeniably a reoccurring theme in the resignations of the 11 representatives from the majority floor. Particularly, there is an emphasis on concerns in relation to values and principles, leadership, collaboration, and even accountability. While it is beneficial that these matters have been and are already being addressed through appropriate avenues, it remains disheartening that such issues are already prevailing as early as now in the Assembly. It is moreover disheartening for me to be aware that such issues have also affected my fellow senior high school representatives who have chosen to withdraw from their previous floor. At the very end of the day, each and every single representative in this assembly owes our seats to our constituents, the student body. As my co-minority floor leader stated earlier as well, they are the reason as to why we were voted in the first place. In light of this, I urge everyone to be mindful of the actions and the decisions that we make throughout our term moving forward. It is crucial to remember that our decisions can affect others and will affect others, may this be internal or external. And with our positions, it is inevitable that we are and we will be subject to scrutiny and criticism. And here, there is not much that we could do but acknowledge and accept such criticism in order to foster meaningful, transparent, and respectful collaboration. Ultimately, I hope to remind the representatives that regardless of which floor we may be, whether we're from the majority, the minority, or even the independent bloc, that it is vital for us to uphold the integrity and the purpose of the SUSG Student Assembly, that it is vital for us to stabilize our teamwork, reflect on our principles, our actions, our decisions, and recall our purpose and initiatives for our constituents, the student body. That is all. Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time, representatives.
Thank you very much, Representative Olarte. Before we continue with other matters, I would like to bring up the request and participation of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly in a MPA research study, which was a communication letter that was submitted to the Assembly. And with this, I believe that the representatives that will be participating in this study can be chosen internally in order for us to expedite the time in our discussions for today's sessions. With that being said, are there any more other matters that need to be discussed? With that being said, before other matters are to be proceeded, Representative Kalasang will also be formally resigning from the majority floor. This is not in any way a reflection of what is happening in the majority floor, but it is in order for the representative to remain unbiased when it comes to addressing problems between both minority, majority, and independent bloc. And I believe in order for a progressive assembly, the speaker must not be biased towards certain floors, and thus the Representative Kalasang will be formally resigning from the majority floor. For the majority floor leader, do you acknowledge the resignation of Representative Kalasang?
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. We do acknowledge the resignation, and we wish you the best.
Very much appreciated. With that said, are there any other matters that need to be addressed? Yes, Representative Morales, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would also like to resign from the majority floor, seeing that my current ethics and expectation as a representative doesn't align with their system.
So is this a resignation as well from the majority floor?
Yes.
With that being said, Representative Morales formally resigns from the majority floor. Representative Ozoa, do you acknowledge the resignation?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. We do understand the reason, and the majority floor acknowledges the resignation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any other matters? Yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. May I have a moment to privilege speech?
We may allow you to give a privileged speech, but however, keep it concise as the current time right now is almost 6 and we need to wrap up our session. Thank you.
I'll try. Good evening, honorable representatives. I stand in front of you here today to basically say that accountability is of one's actions is a quality that each leader should have when things don't go as planned. Accountability doesn't necessarily scream weakness. It just means that you're willing to take responsibility of everything that went wrong and learn from those mistakes that you made. An effective accountability shows humility and willingness to listen to others for input on what else could be done instead of relying on expertise on the matter. A leader who holds themselves accountable for their actions and listens for suggestions tells me that they have integrity and won't hide behind the walls of experience that they have. With everything that happened in the past few days, I unfortunately didn't see this practiced. The Committee on Appropriations encountered a lot of problems in the past few days when it came to their budget hearing. Orientations were held a few days before the actual hearing when the whole summer was available to do so. The General Appropriations Resolution could have been submitted on a later date so that to accommodate proper scrutinization of the budgets proposed, Execoms and Committee on Appropriation members could have been properly informed with the final venue a day prior, not hours prior. Proper updates could have been given to prevent miscommunications. All of this could have been avoided had it not been rushed. I get the urgency, I get the necessity. So why then do we have to rush things when we could have done it earlier? For a committee that handles the appropriations of the SUSG, it is imperative that not one aspect must be rushed to ensure that everything is properly done and no detail left unaccounted for. The budget hearing was so rushed that it didn't leave the members enough time to properly scrutinize every single budget. A lot of us had to find out in the same day that key details in a few proposals
were problematic. Had the committee been given enough time to study the proposals and conduct meetings with each of the execoms they handled, these details could have been clarified and properly dealt with in a way that when questioned during the hearing, remedies could have been proposed instead of questions. Not to mention, the order of business and the final venue for deliberations was given on the same day. I cannot stand behind such practice, and it should not be a standard to rush important details, no matter the expertise. Therefore, setting a precedent for this assembly and the future assemblies, I raise this motion of no confidence against the Committee on Appropriations chairperson for the failure to properly uphold the office entrusted to them. The chairperson was entrusted by the members of the committee to properly guide them throughout the process and ensure that each and every process was done in a timely manner. Yet, with everything that was handled in the past few days, it was clear that there was a breach of trust. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Representative Gaitera. So for the information of the Assembly, a motion of no confidence is a motion that showcases that the person that is being targeted by the motion is no longer credible on the eyes of certain representatives. And thus, it would basically mean that the person in position would be requested to vacate that position. With that motion, are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded, are there any discussions to the motion? Yes, Representative Ko, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'm just gonna keep this short and concise, pero I've already stated this to my people sa majority floor when we were convening, pero this has been again a recurring issue over the years, and that's my thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Ozoa, you are recognized.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Chair. To provide context regarding this entire debacle about the appropriations process, might I remind the chairperson, the speaker, Ms. Mo, that this was discussed weeks prior. I raised this concern weeks prior to Genesis, and unfortunately, it was not dealt properly between the executive committee and our speaker. Unfortunately, I tried my best to establish communication regarding the orientation of the executive committee on the budget proposal, considering it's on their end the bulk of the process. A lot of what happened today regarding the appropriations process was because the deadline was moved 3 times. It was moved 3 times, and I only knew because I was informed by the finance chairperson, not in a proper communication, but only in a private message. I understand that this entire debacle happened because of the mishandling or the lack of proper management of the appropriations, unfortunately. And it's just unfortunate that this happened because of the excessive amounts of extension granted, which was not promptly communicated to the Committee on Appropriations chairperson. We did what we had to do. We did what we could, considering that a majority of the executive committee were already pleading for the budget to be released because during Genesis, they had to use their own money. They had to use their own money, and it's not even a guarantee right now that they will be reimbursed even the school year, because reimbursements is tricky. It's tricky, especially with the amount of policy changes in the BFO. That's why it's also urgent that we pass this so that they don't have to use their money. Unfortunately, it just so happens that there was no proper communication between branches, and I can take accountability that maybe I could have been more stern in establishing communication. However, there comes to a point where the ball it's not on my park anymore, especially considering that these budget proposals are not the Committee on Appropriations are not the ones who are creating the budget proposal, when in turn it's the Executive Committee who creates the budget proposals. So I hope everyone gets that context as well.
Thank you for that. Yes, Representative Gaitera.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. To expedite things, I move the previous question.
A motion has been made to go back to the previous question. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice, motion is carried. Going back to the previous question, a motion of no confidence was raised towards the Committee on Appropriations Chair. All those in favor who believe that the representative or the chairperson is not fit to hold the position, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. All those not in favor of the motion of no confidence, please raise your hand. Hands down, representatives. And finally, those in abstention, please raise your hand. With the motion of no confidence, there are 12 in affirmative, 13 in the negative, and 20 abstention. The motion of no confidence fails. Proceeding with our other matters, yes, Representative Gaitera, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Honorable Chair. I'd like this to be an official notice sa Assembly. I am officially resigning as a Committee on Appropriations member effective immediately. Thank you so much.
The resignation of Representative Gaitera from the Committee on Appropriations is recognized by the chair, considering the chair of the Student Assembly, considering that the Committee on Appropriations is under the Student Assembly. With that, are there any other matters to be discussed? Hearing none, let us move on to our announcements. With the announcements, this is still tentative and still to be discussed. However, a possible special session will be conducted next week in order to accommodate to the General Appropriations Resolution. So with that, the chair will be forwarding a formal notice to the Assembly if ever that is to come to fruition. Pero that is just a heads up to the Assembly, and it will still be discussed whether or not it will be an online or face-to-face discussion. However, based on the discussions that happened with the General Appropriations Resolutions, it would be best that it would be conducted face-to-face, considering that we are talking about the budgets and finances of the SUSG. And with that, I believe there are no other announcements to be made. With that, are there any motions to adjourn the second regular session of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly? Yes, Representative Tolentino, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to adjourn the third regular session.
A motion to adjourn the second regular session has been made and it has been properly seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? Going once, going twice, let us conduct viva voce. All those in favor of adjourning the second regular session, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. The second regular session of the 36th SUSG Student Assembly is hereby adjourned. Please rise, representatives, for the closing ceremonies. Thank. Hello. Thank. Thank you, representatives. Let's gather for a photo ops so that we are able to take a picture of our second regular session. And then also, I would like to for the month of July, because we are renting our audio interface. We are currently renting it 500 per session, and we divided it